I have gone into overdrive. I've stretched my brain to bring you 177 facts in a single video. So sit back, relax, and get ready as I take my voice to its absolute limit and dive into movies, science, outer space, everyday life, weird history, food, animals, and all kinds of wonderfully useless things in between. This is Useless Show, and here are 177 facts.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Most modern airplanes retain physical cables and hydraulics in combination with computer systems. Full reliance on digital fly-by-wire controls is avoided due to perceived unacceptable risk levels. These mechanical backups ensure redundancy in case of electronic failures. The hybrid approach limits vulnerability to complete system compromise from software or hardware faults. Digital driver's licenses stored on smartphones have started replacing traditional plastic cards in several countries. They serve the same purpose during routine identity or traffic checks by authorities. The phone's secure display and verification features enable quick validation. Adoption reduces the need to carry physical documents while maintaining legal equivalence. Artificial intelligence now manages traffic lights in some cities by analyzing real-time congestion data. The system responds dynamically rather than following fixed timing schedules. Adjustments occur based on detected vehicle flow patterns across intersections. This capability improves overall traffic movement efficiency during varying conditions. Shadows appear dark but never truly black because scattered light from the surrounding environment reaches them. Direct sunlight is blocked in shadowed areas, yet ambient illumination still penetrates. The incoming diffuse light prevents absolute darkness. As a result, shadows retain visible detail and subtle color tones. Satellites have recently identified substantial methane leaks from oil and gas facilities that ground-based monitoring previously missed. These emissions remained undetected due to their remote or intermittent nature. Orbital sensors capture atmospheric concentrations over wide areas. The findings reveal previously unquantified contributions to greenhouse gas releases. Rain produces different sounds depending on the surface it strikes, such as soil, water, metal, or leaves. Each material vibrates uniquely when impacted by falling droplets. The resulting acoustic waves vary in frequency and timbre. This variation explains why rainfall creates distinct auditory patterns across environments. Many contemporary elevators employ destination control systems that assign passengers to specific cars according to their selected floors. This grouping occurs before travel begins rather than during the ride. The method minimizes unnecessary stops along the way. Overall journey duration decreases for users in high-traffic buildings. The human body generates small electrical currents detectable on the skin during emotional responses. These signals arise from autonomic nervous system activity rather than deliberate muscle movement. Electrodes measure subtle voltage changes linked to arousal states. Such readings provide objective physiological indicators of feelings. Several countries are testing digital voting platforms that depend on cryptographic methods to confirm vote integrity instead of paper records. The approach replaces physical ballots with electronically secured submissions. Verification relies on mathematical proofs rather than manual counting. This shift aims to enhance transparency and resistance to tampering. Most individuals reduce their blink rate while viewing screens compared to other activities. Lower frequency prevents adequate tear film renewal across the eye surface. Insufficient blinking leads to increased evaporation and discomfort. The change directly contributes to symptoms of dryness and irritation. Ocean watercolor results primarily from the scattering of light within the water column itself. This optical process dominates over sky reflections in determining appearance. Shorter blue wavelengths scatter more efficiently than longer ones. Consequently, deeper or clearer water often exhibits characteristic blue hues. In certain regions, renewable energy generation sometimes surpasses local electricity consumption, during peak production periods. Surplus power cannot simply be discarded from the grid. Operators must either store the excess in batteries or transmit it elsewhere. This situation highlights growing integration challenges for variable sources. Modern submarines produce oxygen through electrolysis by breaking apart water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. The process eliminates dependence on stored compressed air supplies. Fresh oxygen is released continuously for the crew to breathe. The technique supports extended submerged operations without surfacing. The human stomach renews its inner lining every few days to withstand constant exposure to strong digestive acids. Rapid cell turnover replaces damaged surface tissue before erosion progresses. This regeneration protects underlying layers from autodigestion. The mechanism prevents self-inflicted injury during normal digestion. Some airports have implemented facial recognition technology that enables passengers to board aircraft without presenting boarding passes or passports. The system matches faces against pre-verified records at security checkpoints. Identity confirmation occurs through automated biometric comparison. The procedure streamlines boarding while reducing document handling. Bird feathers can display vivid colors without any underlying pigments because of nanoscale structures within the feathers. These microstructures selectively reflect specific wavelengths of light through interference. The optical effect creates iridescence or saturated hues. Structural coloration thus functions independently of chemical pigments. Recent research shows that urban noise influences bird vocalizations by prompting shifts in pitch and timing. Birds adjust songs in noisier environments to improve signal clarity. The modifications help maintain communication effectiveness amid background sound. Such changes reflect behavioral adaptation to human-altered acoustic landscapes. Most public Wi-Fi networks capture device metadata such as MAC addresses and connection attempts even without an active user login. This occurs regardless of whether the device joins the network successfully. Logging happens passively through probe requests, broadcast by devices seeking available connections. Such collection enables tracking of presence and movement patterns in the vicinity. Several modern buildings incorporate smart glass that tints automatically upon exposure to intense sunlight. The material responds to ultraviolet and infrared radiation levels rather than requiring manual adjustment. Electrochromic layers within the glass change opacity when voltage is applied. This feature reduces solar heat gain and glare inside the structure. Human reaction times to auditory stimuli can exceed those to visual motion under certain conditions. Responses to sound often involve additional neural processing steps compared to sight. The difference arises from variations in sensory pathway lengths and cortical integration. Consequently, visual cues sometimes elicit quicker motor responses. The distinctive scent associated with rain originates from geosmin, a compound produced by soil bacteria. This volatile substance becomes airborne when water contacts dry earth. Bacteria release geosmin during periods of drought as a survival mechanism. Rainfall disperses it into the air, creating the characteristic petrichor odor. Some contemporary agricultural operations deploy AI-equipped drones that detect early signs of crop stress invisible to human observation. The systems analyze multispectral imagery for subtle changes in plant reflectance. Algorithms identify patterns indicating water deficiency or nutrient issues. Early detection allows targeted interventions before yield losses occur. The human auditory system processes incoming sound signals during the lighter phases of sleep. Brainstem structures continue to relay acoustic information even as conscious awareness diminishes. This ongoing activity helps maintain environmental monitoring. It explains why certain noises can still arouse a sleeping person. Many digital photographs undergo automatic processing by algorithms embedded in cameras or smartphones before display. Adjustments include noise reduction, sharpening, and color balancing applied in the background. These enhancements occur without user input or awareness. The result is an optimized image that differs slightly from the raw sensor capture. Scientists have verified in recent years that lightning discharges initiate chemical reactions altering atmospheric composition. The intense energy breaks nitrogen and oxygen molecules apart. Subsequent recombination forms nitrogen oxides and other compounds. These processes contribute to natural cycles of atmospheric chemistry. Several nations mandate that electric vehicles produce artificial warning sounds at low speeds to alert pedestrians. The requirement addresses the near silent operation of electric motors. Acoustic alerts activate below a specified velocity threshold. This measure enhances safety in shared urban spaces. Mental fatigue can develop from sustained cognitive effort, even in the absence of bodily exhaustion. Prolonged attention demands deplete neural resources without physical exertion. This depletion manifests as reduced focus and motivation. The phenomenon occurs independently of muscle fatigue or energy depletion. Modern GPS technology depends on highly precise atomic clocks aboard satellites to ensure positional accuracy. These clocks maintain time synchronization down to nanoseconds. Tiny timing errors would translate into significant location discrepancies on Earth. The atomic standard provides the necessary stability for reliable navigation. Certain animal species detect Earth's magnetic field and exploit it for long-distance migration guidance. Specialized cells or organs sense field intensity and inclination. This magnetoreception functions as an internal compass. Migratory routes align with geomagnetic cues during journeys. The human perception of taste relies heavily on olfactory input, causing food to lose flavor when nasal passages are obstructed. Odor molecules reach the olfactory epithelium during chewing and swallowing. Blocked smell pathways prevent aroma detection. Taste buds alone provide only basic sensations like sweet or salty. In densely populated urban areas, subsurface temperatures often exceed those of surrounding rural soil by several degrees. Heat from buildings, roads, and underground infrastructure accumulates underground. Poor dissipation traps thermal energy over time. This urban heat island effect extends below the surface. Recent technological progress enables computers to synthesize highly realistic human speech without relying on recordings of actual voices. Text-to-speech models train on vast data sets to replicate prosody and timbre. Neural networks generate waveforms directly from input text. The output achieves natural intonation and expressiveness. Many contemporary bridges feature embedded sensors that track structural loads and stresses in real time. These devices measure strain, vibration, and deformation continuously. Data transmission supports ongoing health assessment of critical components. Monitoring helps identify potential issues before they escalate. The experience of silence stems from ongoing background neural activity in the auditory system rather than complete cessation of input. Even in quiet environments, spontaneous firing persists in auditory pathways. This intrinsic noise shapes the perception of absence. True perceptual silence proves difficult to achieve. Numerous modern manufacturing facilities employ predictive maintenance programs that forecast equipment breakdowns before obvious malfunctions appear. Software analyzes sensor data patterns to detect anomalies. Algorithms predict failure probabilities based on historical trends. Interventions occur proactively to minimize downtime. Some countries have transitioned to issuing digital birth certificates maintained in secure, centralized national repositories instead of paper documents. Records exist solely in electronic format with cryptographic safeguards. Access occurs through verified digital identity systems. This approach streamlines administrative processes and reduces document loss risks. In medieval Europe, the association between carrots and improved vision arose from wartime propaganda linking beta-carotene consumption to better night vision. The belief stemmed from anecdotal reports rather than scientific evidence. Carrots contain vitamin A precursors beneficial for eye health. The myth exaggerated this connection significantly. A brief hesitation before answering a question frequently indicates uncertainty rather than an intent to deceive. Pauses allow cognitive processing of information or formulation of responses. They reflect natural deliberation time. Such delays appear in truthful replies as often as in misleading ones. Specific ATM models deactivate automatically when integrated vibration sensors register suspicious physical interference nearby. Detection triggers an immediate shutdown protocol for security. The mechanism prevents forced access attempts during tampering. This safeguard protects against physical attacks on the machine. The characteristic odor of a new vehicle results from volatile organic compounds gradually off-gassing from interior plastics, adhesives, and other materials. Emissions occur slowly over months rather than originating solely from leather. Chemical release creates the initial new car smell. Concentrations diminish with ventilation and time. In certain languages, speakers avoid egocentric terms like left and right, instead using cardinal directions consistently for all spatial references. Descriptions rely on absolute orientations, such as north or south. This system requires constant awareness of compass bearings. Directional language thus remains independent of the speaker's body position. A gathering of flamingos bears the collective name flamboyance, a designation established well before the species gained widespread cultural associations with extravagance. The term derives from historical naming conventions for bird groups. It reflects observed group behavior in the wild. The label has since taken on ironic modern connotations. Whales typically exhale more powerfully from one side of their blowhole upon surfacing due to anatomical asymmetry in their respiratory system. The uneven lung structure directs airflow preferentially. This results in a directional spout pattern. The trait aids in efficient gas exchange during brief surface intervals. Interference patterns in old analog television static included contributions from cosmic microwave background radiation remaining from the universe's early epochs. This faint signal permeated the atmosphere constantly. Receivers picked up the uniform noise as part of the visual snow. The phenomenon linked everyday technology to cosmological origins. The familiar ripping sound of Velcro fasteners originated from observations of burrs clinging to fabric rather than deliberate acoustic design. Engineer George de Mestral noted the hook and loop mechanism in nature. Subsequent development focused on adhesion properties. The distinctive noise emerged incidentally from material interaction. Water pressure in tall buildings requires stepwise reduction across floors to avoid excessive force-damaging lower plumbing. Booster pumps elevate supply to upper levels, while regulators limit flow below. This zoning prevents bursts in pipes or fixtures. The arrangement maintains safe operational levels throughout the structure. Certain plant species fold their leaves during nighttime hours due to circadian rhythms governed by internal biological clocks. The movement persists in constant darkness without external light cues. Phytochrome and other photoreceptors help entrain the cycle initially. Leaf closure conserves resources and protects against herbivores. Humans exhibit accelerated detection of snake and spider images compared to neutral stimuli, even in the absence of conscious fear. Evolutionary pressures favored rapid visual processing of potential threats. Subcortical pathways enable quick orienting responses. This bias operates below full emotional awareness. Coins once featured ridged edges along their circumference. This design countered the practice of shaving or clipping tiny portions from precious metal coins for profit. The ridges made such tampering immediately noticeable, as removed material would disrupt the uniform pattern. Their presence served mainly as a practical deterrent against debasement in circulation. The sensation of déjà vu arises when brain circuits for familiarity recognition experience a brief misfire. Contrary to the idea of reliving past events, no actual memory repetition occurs. Instead, the brain incorrectly tags a new experience as already familiar. This glitch produces the uncanny feeling without any prior encounter. During World War II, certain pilots applied painted fake eyes to their aircraft. These markings aim to mislead enemy gunners about the plane's direction of travel. The illusion disrupted accurate targeting by suggesting a different orientation. Such deception offered a tactical advantage in aerial combat. Deserts encompass more than hot, sandy environments. Some polar or high-altitude deserts accumulate significant snowfall and stay frozen for much of the year. Low precipitation defines them rather than temperature alone. This variety shows how aridity, not heat, determines desert classification. Tennis balls switch from white to yellow in official play. The change enhanced their visibility during television broadcasts. Yellow contrasted better against court surfaces and backgrounds on screen. Broadcast requirements thus directly influence the equipment standard. Systems sometimes reject passwords specifically because they appear on lists of extremely common choices. Rejection occurs even when the password meets complexity rules. Widespread use makes those options vulnerable to dictionary attacks. Security protocols therefore block them to reduce risk. Producing a single teaspoon of honey requires the collective effort of numerous bees across their entire lifetimes. One bee alone cannot generate that quantity. The process involves gathering, processing, and storing nectar from many flowers. This highlights the cooperative scale behind even small amounts of honey. In various cultures, periods of silence within conversations carry positive meaning. People interpret such pauses as signs of respect or thoughtful consideration. Silence avoids the awkwardness often assumed in other social contexts. The practice reflects differing norms around verbal space. Smartphone glass gains its durability through a chemical process known as ion exchange. Manufacturers strengthen the surface by swapping smaller ions for larger ones under controlled conditions. This method creates compressive stress without relying on greater material thickness. The result improves resistance to scratches and cracks. Under specific listening conditions, a person's heartbeat can subtly align with the tempo of music. The synchronization emerges through physiological entrainment mechanisms. Rhythmic auditory input influences autonomic nervous system activity. This alignment occurs without conscious effort. Certain road signs employ reflective material that activates only from precise viewing angles. The selective reflectivity minimizes distractions for drivers approaching from other directions. Light bounces back primarily toward the intended path. This targeted design reduces overall visual noise on roadways. Prior to widespread digital timekeeping, radio stations broadcast official time announcements. These signals allowed listeners across large regions to synchronize clocks accurately. Stations served as reliable time authorities before personal devices took over. The practice supported uniform timekeeping in daily life. Octopus arms possess decentralized control that enables independent movement. Each arm can execute simple tasks without constant direction from the central brain. Neural networks distributed along the limbs handle local processing. This autonomy supports complex behaviors like exploration and manipulation. Humans develop the perception of bitterness specifically to detect potential toxins. Bitter compounds often signal the presence of harmful substances in food. The taste triggers avoidance responses to protect against poisoning. This sensory mechanism evolved as a survival adaptation. Authorities banned particular board games in earlier periods due to their links with gambling and social disruption. These games carried associations with betting and disorderly conduct. Bans aimed to curb related vices in communities. The restrictions reflected broader concerns over public order. The sharpness of a shadow depends primarily on the light source's physical size rather than merely the object's distance. A small source produces crisp edges through minimal penumbra. Larger sources create blurrier transitions. This optical principle governs everyday shadow appearance. In regions with cold weather, some houses receive dark exterior paint. Dark colors absorb greater amounts of solar radiation during daylight hours. The absorbed heat helps warm the structure passively. This choice provides a simple form of thermal benefit. The distinctive aroma of aging books results from gradual chemical decomposition in paper and ink. Over decades, compounds like lignin and adhesives break down and release volatile organics. These byproducts create the characteristic scent. Time drives the ongoing transformation. Several insect species rely on patterns of polarized light for navigation. Humans cannot perceive this polarization naturally. The insects detect it through specialized eye structures. This ability aids orientation during flight or foraging. Early mechanical alarm clocks incorporated a mechanism that released small metal weights. The falling weights struck a plate to produce a loud noise. This physical jolt aimed to rouse even heavy sleepers forcefully. The design prioritized effectiveness over gentle awakening. Mirrors create left-right reversal because observers mentally rotate their own body to match the reflection. The mirror surface itself flips neither left-right nor up-down. Spatial interpretation by the viewer produces the asymmetry. The effect stems from human perception rather than mirror properties. In certain parts of Japan, traffic lights display what appears to be blue. Historical linguistic usage grouped green and blue shades under the same term. Modern lights technically show green, but retain the traditional color name. This naming convention persists despite the actual hue. A cat's whiskers extend to approximately the width of its body. This span allows the animal to assess whether openings will accommodate its frame. The whiskers detect subtle air currents and spatial boundaries. Such sensitivity aids navigation in confined areas. Grocery stores depended on handwritten price tags and manual arithmetic before barcodes gained adoption. Cashiers calculated totals by hand for each purchase. The absence of automated scanning required individual item pricing. This labor-intensive system preceded modern checkout efficiency. The fresh metallic scent following a lightning strike originates from ozone formation. Electrical discharge splits oxygen molecules in the atmosphere. The resulting atomic oxygen recombines into ozone. This compound produces the characteristic post-storm odor. Medieval cartographers sometimes drew imaginary sea monsters on maps of uncharted oceans. These illustrations served to caution sailors about hazardous or unknown regions. The creatures symbolize potential peril beyond explored waters. Their inclusion functioned as a navigational warning. A human sneeze propels air outward at velocities resembling those in stormy winds. The explosive expulsion reaches high speeds in a short burst. This forceful release clears irritants from nasal passages. The mechanism achieves rapid clearance through pressure buildup. Some musical intervals sound dissonant because they generate acoustic interference patterns. The brain encounters difficulty processing the clashing frequencies cleanly. This perceptual conflict creates tension or unease. The effect arises from auditory resolution challenges. Valuable books in historical libraries occasionally had chains attached to their shelves. The chains prevented theft while allowing limited reading access. Books held greater monetary worth than much of the surrounding furniture. Security measures reflected their high economic importance. Paper cuts caused disproportionate pain because they expose shallow nerve endings in the skin. The shallow depth activates many surface receptors without deeper damage. Narrow wounds concentrate irritation along sensitive layers. Pain intensity relates to nerve distribution rather than cut severity. Some subway networks incorporate gentle curves into station tracks. The slight bend reduces screeching noise and mechanical wear when trains break. Curved alignment distributes forces more evenly. This engineering choice extends equipment lifespan and improves passenger comfort. Across numerous cultures, umbrellas initially represented social rank and authority. People carried them primarily as emblems of status rather than rain shields. The object conveyed prestige in ceremonial contexts. Practical weather protection developed later. The audible click from certain ballpoint pens results from deliberate mechanical design. The sound accompanies the tip extending or retracting. Manufacturers include the feature to deliver satisfying tactile feedback. Users experience confirmation through both sound and feel. One lightning bolt momentarily raises nearby air temperature beyond that of the sun's surface. Extreme electrical energy converts to intense heat in microseconds. The rapid heating ionizes air along the strike path. This brief thermal spike produces visible plasma. Ancient Romans frequently inscribed messages directly onto city walls. Graffiti included political opinions, personal insults, and humorous remarks. Public surfaces served as open forums for expression. The practice documented everyday social commentary. Particular odors possess unusual power to evoke vivid memories from very early childhood. These scents activate deep associative pathways more effectively than visual cues like photographs. Olfactory connections bypass some higher processing filters. The result often feels immediate and intense. English lacked a distinct name for the color orange until the citrus fruit arrived and became familiar. Speakers previously described it using combinations like yellow-red. The fruit's prominence prompted adoption of its name for the hue. Linguistic evolution followed exposure to the object. Certain animals naturally steer clear of locations where earlier generations faced threats. Inherited behavioral avoidance reduces exposure to inherited dangers. The instinct persists across generations without direct experience. This mechanism enhances survival probability. Before spelling became standardized, writers frequently varied the spelling of their own names even within a single text. Inconsistent orthography reflected the lack of fixed conventions. Authors applied personal or contextual preferences freely. The practice illustrates the fluidity of early written language. The human eye exhibits greater sensitivity to motion along the horizontal plane compared to vertical movement. This difference does not stem from any optical superiority in one direction. Instead, it arises from evolutionary adaptations tied to scanning landscapes and detecting predators or prey horizontally. The visual system processes lateral shifts more rapidly as a result. Metal objects feel noticeably colder to the touch than wooden ones at identical temperatures in chilly conditions. The sensation is not due to actual temperature differences between the materials. Metal conducts heat away from skin far more quickly than wood does. This rapid heat transfer creates a stronger impression of coldness. Early portrait photography demanded long exposure times, so subjects often had to keep perfectly still. To assist with this, photographers sometimes positioned metal headrests behind people. The stands provided discrete support at the back of the neck or head. Such devices helped minimize movement blur during the necessary seconds or minutes. The design of wine glasses influences the way aromas are directed toward the nose. Different shapes channel volatile compounds in varying concentrations and patterns. Narrower openings concentrate scents more effectively for certain wines. This olfactory variation subtly shifts how the brain interprets flavor. Owls have long been linked symbolically with wisdom in various traditions. Because of this cultural association, a gathering of multiple owls carries the collective name parliament. The term draws from the idea of wise deliberation. It reflects historical perceptions rather than any observed group behavior. Specific typefaces prove more difficult to read due to reduced differentiation among individual letter forms. Uniform or overly stylized shapes cause letters to blend together visually. The brain requires greater effort to distinguish similar characters quickly. Legibility therefore declines as letter distinctiveness decreases. In many historic urban areas, streets remain comparatively narrow. These dimensions originated from planning centered on pedestrian movement and animal-drawn transport. Wider roadways were unnecessary before automobiles dominated travel. The original layout prioritized foot traffic efficiency. Flies produce their characteristic buzzing primarily through the rapid beating of their wings. The sound frequency depends on how quickly the wings cycle rather than the insect's overall body size. Wing motion generates vibrations in the surrounding air. This aerodynamic process creates the audible hum. Certain physicians in ancient medicine attributed disease to imbalances among the four humors within the body. They did not identify microscopic pathogens as causes. Treatments focused on restoring equilibrium through diet, bleeding, or purging. This humoral theory shaped medical practice for centuries. The brain automatically compensates for gaps or interruptions in spoken language. Listeners perceive continuous speech even when brief sounds are masked or missing. Neural mechanisms fill in absent auditory information based on context. This occurs without deliberate effort or awareness. In the early days of passenger elevators, widespread apprehension surrounded their safety. Building operators were employed specifically to manage rides and calm riders. Their presence provided human reassurance during ascent and descent. Trust in the machinery developed gradually over time. Pasta reaches a boiling state more rapidly when cooked in a broad frying pan instead of a tall pot. The larger surface area promotes faster and more even heat absorption from the burner. Water heats quicker under these conditions. Cooking time shortens as a direct consequence. The name Yahoo originated as an acronym representing yet another hierarchical officious oracle. The term was coined during the company's early development phase. It described the structured directory service they provided. The playful abbreviation became the official brand identity. A few individuals maintain that applying a banana peel to a deeply embedded splinter facilitates its removal gradually. The peel's interior allegedly draws the foreign object outward over hours or days. Moisture and enzymes in the peel supposedly aid extraction. Evidence for this method remains anecdotal. Medical personnel have occasionally used coconut water as a temporary plasma replacement during emergencies. Its electrolyte composition resembles human blood plasma in certain respects. The liquid provided hydration and volume when standard fluids were unavailable. Such substitutions occurred in extreme field conditions. George Miller, who directed the Mad Max series, supported his filmmaking by practicing emergency medicine. He worked shifts in hospital emergency rooms to finance early projects. The demanding clinical role funded his creative pursuits. This dual career bridged medicine and cinema. Among all U.S. states, only Hawaii maintains a commercial coffee growing industry. Local farms produce beans suited to the island's volcanic soil and climate. No other state supports large-scale coffee cultivation commercially. Hawaii holds this unique agricultural distinction. Coffee consumption in the United States reaches billions of cups annually. The figure reflects widespread daily habits across the population. Regular intake contributes to both cultural routines and economic activity. The scale underscores coffee's entrenched role in American life. Wrestling stands as one of the oldest organized competitive sports known to history. It formed part of the ancient Olympic Games starting in 708 BCE. Competitors followed defined rules for grappling and pinning opponents. Its inclusion in these early athletic festivals highlights its deep roots in structured physical contests. The exterior metal panel of a typical washing machine serves effectively as a temporary writing surface. Dry erase markers adhere cleanly to the smooth, non-porous finish. Notes or reminders can be wiped away without residue or damage. This everyday household feature provides convenient, impromptu note-taking space. The Amish permit computers only for tightly restricted applications. Usage stays limited to functions like word processing or basic administrative record keeping. Connections to the internet or broader digital networks face strict prohibition. Such boundaries maintain their traditional separation from contemporary technology. The first functional computer mouse appeared in 1964 and featured a wooden casing. Douglas Engelbart created this prototype to demonstrate cursor control. The simple wooden shell contained wheels for tracking movement. This initial design influenced the development of modern pointing devices. Engineers in the Soviet Union built the water integrator in the 1930s as an analog computer. It performed calculations by directing flowing water through precisely shaped channels. Fluid movement modeled mathematical integration and differential equations. The device offered an innovative mechanical solution before electronic computers became prevalent. The pinky finger accounts for a surprisingly large share of total hand grip strength. Despite its modest length, it contributes significantly through coordinated muscle action. Tendons and muscles tied to the digit enhance overall clamping power. Removing its contribution noticeably weakens the hand's holding ability. Until 2011, Russian law officially designated beer as a soft drink rather than an alcoholic beverage. This classification placed it under lighter regulatory controls. A subsequent legal amendment reclassified it as alcohol. The change brought taxation and sales restrictions in line with other alcoholic products. Producers of the television series Twin Peaks disclosed the identity of the killer ahead of their original schedule. Network executives applied pressure to resolve the central mystery sooner. Audience impatience and broadcast demands prompted the early reveal. This adjustment shifted the intended pacing of the storyline. Portions of ancient supercontinents continue to exist beneath the surface of present-day continents. Tectonic activity has preserved these deep, crustal fragments through millions of years. They remain embedded even after continental breakup and drift. These buried sections offer geological clues to prehistoric land configurations. Certain Olympic Games have taken place across the territories of multiple nations instead of one. Organizers distributed competitions among neighboring countries for practical or diplomatic purposes. Shared hosting allowed broader participation and infrastructure use. This format departs from the conventional single-host arrangement. In males of particular cricket species, testicles represent a notably high percentage of overall body mass. The enlarged organs support intense reproductive competition among individuals. This allocation reflects evolutionary pressure favoring mating success. Such disproportionate size appears in species with high mating rivalry. Stretching a stocking across a vacuum cleaner nozzle creates a safe retrieval tool for tiny lost objects. Gentle suction holds small items against the fabric without pulling them inside. The method avoids damage or permanent loss during recovery. It functions as a simple, effective household hack. Google has arranged for goats to graze vegetation at various company facilities. Herds manage grass and weeds in a natural manner. The approach eliminates reliance on gas-powered mowing equipment. It represents an eco-friendly method for maintaining landscaped areas. Nazi forces uncovered pieces of erotic furniture previously owned by Catherine the Great during their occupation campaigns. The elaborate items belonged to the Russian Empress's private collection. Discovery occurred in seized properties within conquered regions. Wartime documentation recorded the explicit designs. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart wove vulgar humor and references to bodily functions into several of his works. Selected compositions and personal letters included scatological elements. These playful insertions appeared alongside his more refined music. The feature echoed informal aspects of his communication style. Compounds labeled as natural flavorings have at times derived from castoreum, collected from beaver castor glands. The substance originally functions as a territorial scent marker for beavers. Food processing converts it into additives for certain vanilla or fruit notes. Regulatory approval deems processed forms safe for use. A student production, reenacting scenes from the film Alien, spread widely across social media. The high school performance video achieved unexpected viral popularity online. Its circulation eventually reached actress Sigourney Weaver. She responded publicly with appreciation for the creative effort. The Roe River in Montana ranks among the world's shortest rivers. Its length measures only a few hundred feet from source to mouth. This brief span qualifies it under certain definitions of river shortness. It contrasts with much longer waterways, despite flowing consistently. Ski ballet once existed as an official competitive discipline. Athletes performed choreographed routines on skis blending elements of dance and acrobatics. Judges scored based on artistic expression and technical precision. The sport appeared in demonstrations at Winter Olympics before discontinuation. Hippopotamuses do not truly swim in the conventional sense. Instead, they walk or bounce along the bottoms of rivers and lakes. Their dense bones and buoyant fat allow controlled movement underwater. This behavior suits their semi-aquatic lifestyle effectively. A standard staple remover serves as a safe tool for opening key rings. Its prongs slip under the split to pry the ring apart gently. This method avoids injury from sharp metal edges. It provides a practical alternative to using fingernails or tools. The QWERTY keyboard arrangement originated to minimize jamming in mechanical typewriters. Frequently paired letters were positioned farther apart on the mechanism. This spacing reduced the chance of type bars clashing during rapid typing. The layout persisted even after electronic keyboards eliminated the issue. Thomas Edison produced one of the earliest known films featuring a cat in the late 19th century. The short clip captured the animal in motion for experimental purposes. It demonstrated early cinematographic capabilities. The footage survives as a historical artifact of film development. Ordinary crayons burn steadily when lit and can function as short-term emergency candles. The wax provides a small but consistent flame for limited illumination. A single crayon lasts several minutes under controlled conditions. This property offers a makeshift light source in power outages. Becoming a parent induces detectable structural alterations in the human brain. These changes affect regions linked to empathy, bonding, and caregiving. Neuroplasticity drives the adaptations over time. The modifications support enhanced parental responsiveness and attachment. Cognitive processing speed starts to decline gradually during early adulthood. Reaction times and mental agility slow incrementally with advancing age. This shift occurs even in healthy individuals without disease. The trend reflects natural changes in neural efficiency. Select premium melons cultivated in Japan have fetched prices reaching tens of thousands of dollars at auction. These specimens undergo meticulous growing techniques for exceptional quality. High demand among collectors drives the extraordinary value. The practice highlights specialized agricultural markets. The North Pole consists entirely of floating sea ice rather than continental landmass. No solid ground exists beneath the polar ice cap at that point. The ice shifts with ocean currents seasonally. This distinguishes it from the land-based South Pole. Snails possess flagella containing thousands of microscopic teeth arranged in rows. These structures rasp against surfaces to scrape food during feeding. Despite the animal's soft body, the teeth enable effective grazing. The dental array renews continuously throughout life. Freezing chewing gum hardens it sufficiently for easier removal from carpet fibers. The cold temperature reduces stickiness and allows scraping without stretching. Once solidified, the gum detaches more cleanly. This technique minimizes residue and carpet damage. The original concept for Back to the Future centered on a time travel device shaped like a refrigerator. Early script ideas featured characters entering a fridge for temporal jumps. The plot later shifted to a DeLorean automobile. The change improved narrative flow and visual appeal. Nokia originated as a Finnish paper mill in the mid-19th century. The company expanded into various industries before focusing on telecommunications. Its evolution reflects adaptation across unrelated sectors. This history preceded its prominence in mobile phones. During an Apollo mission, Buzz Aldrin encountered a spacesuit issue that led to him urinating inside the garment. A faulty urine collection system failed under lunar conditions. The incident occurred without major health consequences. It remained a minor but documented challenge of extravehicular activity. An astronaut during an Apollo mission threw a javelin-like object across the lunar surface. The improvised toss demonstrated reduced gravity's effect on projectile motion. The item traveled farther than it would on Earth. The event served as an informal physics demonstration. The fold of loose skin on the human elbow bears the informal name venous or venous. This term describes the thin, wrinkly tissue over the olecranon process. It lacks significant functional purpose. The name circulates mainly in casual or humorous contexts. A typical jar of commercial peanut butter contains hundreds of individual peanuts on average. The grinding process incorporates numerous nuts to achieve uniform texture. This quantity varies slightly by brand and jar size. It reflects the high peanut density in the product. Harvey Keitel initially received the role of Captain Willard in Apocalypse Now. Production difficulties led to his replacement early in filming. Martin Sheen assumed the part afterward. The switch occurred before principal photography advanced far. Bangkok possesses an exceptionally long ceremonial full name in Thai. The official title spans many words describing royal attributes and geography. Everyday usage shortens it dramatically for convenience. The extended version holds cultural and historical significance. Groundskeepers at Wimbledon maintain exceptionally short grass on the courts. The low height helps prevent snakes from finding cover in the turf. This practice reduces the risk of encounters during matches. It combines tradition with practical safety measures. Male giraffes assess a female's reproductive readiness through a specific tasting behavior. They sample her urine with their tongues to detect chemical signals indicating estrus. This process, known as flamen response, allows pheromone detection. It provides reliable information about mating suitability without visual cues alone. Denatured alcohol serves as an effective solvent for removing paint spills from carpet fibers when applied with caution. The alcohol breaks down the paint's binding agents. Careful dabbing prevents spreading or damaging the carpet backing. Excessive use risks discoloration or fiber weakening. One McDonald's location in Arizona features turquoise-colored golden arches. The unique hue replaces the standard yellow design. This variation suits local aesthetic or cultural preferences. The change stands out from the company's typical branding worldwide. Charles Dickens retrieved an important manuscript from debris following a train accident. The papers had been aboard during the crash wreckage. His recovery preserved the work from potential loss. The incident occurred amid his active writing career. A substantial part of the human skeleton consists of water along with bone marrow. These components occupy spaces within the bone structure. Water contributes to flexibility and nutrient transport. Marrow produces blood cells essential for bodily function. Canon Films briefly misinterpreted Spider-Man's concept as a man literally transforming into a spider creature. This misunderstanding arose during early rights negotiations. It reflected confusion over the character's origin story. The error delayed or complicated potential adaptations. Humans and bananas share roughly half of their genetic material in common. This overlap exists due to fundamental biological processes conserved across species. Shared DNA segments code for basic cellular functions. The similarity surprises many despite vast evolutionary divergence. Continental plates drift across the Earth's surface at approximately the same speed as human fingernails grow. Tectonic movement averages a few centimeters per year. This gradual shift results from underlying mantle convection. The pace explains slow geological changes over millions of years. Venus flytraps demand repeated stimulation before fully closing their traps. A single trigger, hair touch, usually fails to activate closure. Multiple activations within a short time confirm prey presence. This mechanism prevents wasted energy on non-food stimuli. Dryer lint accumulates as highly flammable, fibrous material ideal for starting fires. Its low density and dry composition ignite easily with a spark. Campers and survivalists often collect it for tinder. The byproduct from laundry provides a reliable ignition source. Early Christian artwork frequently portrayed the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden as a fig. This depiction differed from the later common apple association. Artistic tradition influenced symbolic choices over literal botanical accuracy. The fig appeared in various religious illustrations. Certain wasp species deposit eggs directly inside developing figs during pollination. The larvae develop within the fruit before emerging. This cycle means many figs contain remnants of decomposed wasps. Commercial figs undergo processes that eliminate visible traces. The Firefox browser logo depicts a stylized red panda rather than a conventional fox. The animal's appearance inspired the name despite common misconception. Red pandas feature reddish fur and distinctive markings. The design choice reflects accurate zoological representation. Florence Nightingale maintained a collection of numerous domestic cats throughout her life. She also kept a pet owl as a companion. These animals provided comfort during her nursing and reform work. Her affection for them appeared in personal records. Identical twins exhibit greater similarity in body odor compared to unrelated people. Genetic factors strongly influence scent profiles through metabolic byproducts. Shared DNA produces closely matching chemical signatures. This similarity persists even with different environments. Parmesan cheese sometimes includes cellulose sourced from plant fibers as an additive. The compound prevents clumping in grated products. It functions as an anti-caking agent. Regulatory standards permit its use in small quantities. Actors Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo reportedly consumed alcohol during parts of Super Mario Bros. Filming. Their intoxication affected on-set behavior and performance. The challenging production environment contributed to the incident. The film later gained a reputation for difficulties. Brazil witnesses the discovery of hundreds of previously unknown animal species annually. Diverse ecosystems like the Amazon facilitate frequent findings. Researchers identify new insects, amphibians, and other fauna regularly. This rate reflects the region's exceptional biodiversity. The core of a standard golf ball consists primarily of rubber compounds rather than a solid uniform substance. Layered rubber provides controlled compression and energy transfer. This construction influences distance and spin characteristics. Solid cores appear in some specialized ball types. A bullet once struck an armadillo, ricocheted backward, and wounded the person who fired it. The animal's tough armored shell deflected the projectile unpredictably. The incident demonstrated unexpected ballistic behavior. It resulted in self-inflicted injury for the shooter. Placing ice cubes inside a clothes dryer helps smooth out wrinkles from garments. As the cubes melt, they release moisture that steams fabrics during tumbling. The process relaxes fibers without an iron. This method works best with low heat settings. Authorities state that individuals do not need to wait 24 hours before reporting a missing person to police. Many believe a waiting period exists due to common misconceptions. In reality, immediate reporting allows quicker action and improves chances of locating the person safely. Delaying can hinder investigations unnecessarily. The world's first fully three-dimensional printed building was erected in Dubai. Construction utilized large-scale 3D printing technology to form structural elements layer by layer. This approach reduced material waste and construction time significantly. The project demonstrated practical applications of additive manufacturing in architecture. The Bayeux Tapestry consists of embroidered linen fabric rather than a woven textile. Skilled artisans stitch scenes onto the cloth using wool thread. It depicts the Norman conquest of England in narrative form. The term tapestry applies loosely despite the different production technique. Certain parasitic fungi infect ants and manipulate their behavior before causing death. The fungus compels the ant to climb to a specific height and clamp onto a leaf. Spores then erupt from the body to infect others. This zombification process aids fungal reproduction effectively. In regions of Colombia, people consume roasted ants as a traditional snack. The insects are gathered, cleaned, and cooked over heat. They provide a source of protein in local diets. The practice reflects cultural acceptance of entomophagy in certain communities. Actor David Prowse disclosed key plot elements from The Empire Strikes Back prior to its theatrical release. He shared information during interviews without full awareness of spoiler protocols. The premature revelation risked diminishing audience surprise. Studio efforts later contained further leaks. Russia covers a greater surface area than the dwarf planet Pluto. Its landmass spans approximately 17 million square kilometers. Pluto measures about 16 million square kilometers in total area. This comparison highlights the immense scale of Earth's largest country. Early figure skating equipment featured blades crafted from animal bones. Skaters attached sharpened bones to footwear for gliding on ice. These primitive blades preceded modern steel designs. The adaptation allowed movement across frozen surfaces in cold climates. The pistol shrimp generates a powerful cavitation bubble with its specialized claw. The rapid snap produces a shock wave and brief flash of light. This force stuns or kills nearby prey effectively. The mechanism also creates extreme localized temperatures momentarily. A standard dustpan assists in filling buckets under sinks with low faucets. Positioning the dustpan beneath the tap directs water flow downward into the container. This workaround accommodates limited clearance. It prevents awkward tilting or spillage during the process. 7-Up was originally promoted as an antidepressant beverage in its early marketing. Advertisements claimed mood-enhancing benefits from its ingredients. The positioning aligned with historical patent medicine trends. Later campaigns shifted focus to refreshment and flavor. The Shanghai Tower features one of the world's fastest elevators for passenger transport. The system achieves speeds exceeding 20 meters per second. Advanced technology minimizes discomfort during rapid ascent. This capability supports efficient movement in the super tall skyscraper. And that wraps up all 177 facts. If your brain survived this marathon, consider that a personal achievement. If you want more beautifully useless knowledge in your life, make sure to hit like, subscribe, and ring that little bell so you don't miss the next deep dive into absolute randomness. This is Useless Show, and I'll see you in the next one. If you want to explore things beyond everyday life, from the cutest puppies to the greatest riches, stick around. The paradise tanager is one of the most beautiful birds in the world. It's a small songbird. Its feathers shine in many bright colors. Bananas are technically berries. They grow on large herbaceous plants, not trees. The clusters are called hands, and each hand usually contains 10 to 20 individual bananas, known as fingers. A mini mountain lion. Imagine a cat that looks like a wild cougar, but fits in your arms. That is the Abyssinian. Its short coat has a beautiful ticked pattern. It makes the fur shimmer when the cat moves. Kia are the world's only alpine parrots. They live above the tree line in New Zealand's South Island. Highly intelligent and curious, these playful birds explore everything, solve puzzles, and interact boldly with humans. Meet the aardvark. Its name means earth pig, but it doesn't look like any pig you've seen at a farm. Imagine an animal made of spare parts. It has the ears of a rabbit, the snout of a pig, the tail of a kangaroo. Apples float on water because about 25% of their volume is air, trapped in tiny pockets within the flesh. This lowers their density below that of water, and over 7,500 apple varieties exist worldwide. It's amazing how big bird eyes really are compared to ours. In humans, our eyes make up just around 2% of the skull's volume. But in birds, particularly hunters like hawks and owls, those eyes dominate the head, sometimes taking up over half the skull space in raptors. Mauna Kea in Hawaii is the world's tallest mountain, from its ocean floor base to summit, reaching over 33,500 feet. This full height surpasses Mount Everest, changing how we define the tallest peak. Alex Hormozi broke the Guinness World Record for the fastest-selling nonfiction book. He sold about 2.9 million copies of $100 million money models in one day. It's seen as one of the boldest marketing moves ever. The aardwolf is one of nature's strangest secrets. While the world sleeps, the aardwolf wanders the dry plains of Africa. It is a quiet creature that prefers to be alone. Its favorite food? Termites. Bamboo forests in China provide homes for giant pandas. Their diet is almost all bamboo, low in nutrients. So they eat a lot, from 26 to 84 pounds daily. They spend 12 hours eating daily to meet their energy needs. Orchids form one of the largest plant families, with over 28,000 known species worldwide. Many use clever mimicry, shaping and scenting flowers like female insects to trick males into pollination. The Persian ironwood is a tree that acts like a living piece of art. It doesn't just grow, it changes costumes throughout the year. One single tree can have leaves of gold, orange, pink, and deep wine red all at the same time. Smaller animals with faster metabolisms perceive more visual information per second. They experience the world in slow motion compared to larger creatures. This higher temporal resolution allows birds and insects to dodge threats swiftly, like seeing events unfold slower. Siberian huskies were bred by the Chukchi people for pulling sleds over vast snowy distances. They have incredible endurance. Their thick double coat insulates against extreme cold. Coconuts are drupes, like peaches or cherries, but not true berries. Coconuts grow in tropical regions. They provide water for hydration, meat, milk, and oil for nutrition. Many monkey species live in troops ranging from a few individuals to over 800 in mandrills. These social bonds strengthen group protection against predators. They improve foraging efficiency. Volcanic lightning happens in ash clouds during eruptions. It often occurs at places like Sakurajima in Japan. Collisions between ash particles create static charge. This leads to electrical discharges. Coast redwoods are the tallest living trees on Earth. The record holder, Hyperion, stands at 380.8 feet in California's Redwood National Park. These giants provide homes for many species. The idea that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas is a common myth. It stems from misinterpreting gene similarities. In reality, about 60% of human genes have counterparts in bananas, like genes for copying DNA and dividing cells. The trap-jaw ant snaps its mandible shut at speeds up to 230 kilometers per hour. This takes just 0.13 milliseconds. It is one of the fastest animal movements known. It also propels the ant backward for escape, or ejects intruders from the nest. Unlike typical fruits that derive calories primarily from sugars and carbohydrates, avocados and coconuts stand out as high-fat fruits. Both are nutrient-dense and support energy from lipids rather than carbs. Tropical primary rainforests are home to more than half the world's species and store vast amounts of carbon. Yet in 2024, a record 6.7 million hectares were lost, about 31 acres per minute, mainly from fires in agriculture. This severely harms biodiversity and accelerates global climate change. Gibbons sing duets to defend their territories. They are small apes living in Southeast Asian forests. Their loud songs can carry up to 1 kilometer or more through dense Asian forests. The human eye can distinguish around 1 million colors, though some estimates reach up to 10 million. Most people have 3 types of cone cells sensitive to red, green, and blue light. The brain combines them to perceive a vast range of shades and hues. Urban trees provide natural cooling through shade and evapotranspiration, releasing water vapor that lowers air temperatures. This can reduce local air temperatures by 1 to 5 degrees Celsius on hot days. Strawberries have tiny seeds on the outside. These are actually achenes, each holding 1 true seed. Most strawberries have around 200 achines, making them uniquely textured and flavorful. Greenland sharks live very long lives. Studies show they can live at least 272 years. The oldest ones may reach around 400 years or more. Their slow metabolism helps them achieve this extreme longevity. Some birds' hearts beat up to 1,260 times per minute during flight. This rapid rate delivers oxygen quickly. It supports their intense energy needs for hovering and fast maneuvers. Pando is a massive clonal colony of quaking aspen trees. It looks like a forest of many trees. This single organism covers 106 acres in Utah's Fish Lake National Forest. The Philippines has 7,641 islands. People long believed there were 7,107. In 2016, new mapping technology found more. The official count is now 7,641. Many new ones are small and uninhabited. Black sea bass live along the Atlantic coast. Most start as females. Many change to males when larger. They are popular for fishing and eating. Guavas have hundreds of cultivars around the world, with flesh ranging from white to deep pink. India leads global production, contributing about 45% of the total. Plane trees, genus Platanus, are tall deciduous trees. They reach 30 to 50 meters in height. Their bark peels in patches, showing creamy, green, or gray colors underneath. Plastic pollution kills over 1 million seabirds and about 100,000 marine mammals and turtles each year. Sea turtles often mistake plastic bags for jellyfish and eat them. Many animals get entangled in debris. Many birds migrate using Earth's magnetic field for navigation. They sense it through a protein in their eyes. This protein may let them see magnetic lines as overlays on their vision. Fairy circles in Namibia are mysterious circular patterns of bare soil surrounded by grass. Himba people believe they are footprints of gods or created by their ancestor Mukuru. Pygmy marmosets use high-pitched calls to communicate. They are the world's smallest monkeys, weighing just over 100 grams. They live in small family groups. These tiny monkeys spend their lives in the trees of the Amazon rainforest. There is enough gold in Earth's core to coat the entire surface of the planet. This gold sank there billions of years ago. It is far too deep to reach, nearly 3,000 kilometers deep. The Pororoca is a tidal bore on the Amazon River. It creates powerful waves. These waves attract adventurous surfers. They also draw scavengers like piranhas that feed on stunned animals. In 2025, the Antarctic ozone hole was the 5th smallest since 1992. The ozone layer is recovering thanks to the Montreal Protocol. This global treaty phased out nearly 99% of ozone-depleting substances. Dogs have an incredible sense of smell, often 10,000 to 100,000 times more sensitive than ours, thanks to up to 300 million olfactory receptors. They detect faint scents from miles away, even underground or in water. Yet they have just 1,700 taste buds, 1/6 of humans' 9,000. So food flavors matter less to them. Smell truly drives their world. The bee hummingbird, found only in Cuba, holds the title of world's smallest bird. Males reach just 5.5 centimeters and weigh under 2 grams, lighter than a dime. They lay 2 pea-sized eggs, the smallest of any bird. When pests like caterpillars attack a willow tree, it releases volatile organic compounds into the air. Nearby trees detect these chemical warnings and quickly produce defensive tannins and other bitter substances. This prepares them against the threat, even attracting predators to fight the pests. Nature's clever alarm system. Giraffes, the tallest land animals, act like natural lightning rods on open plains. Their height draws direct strikes more often. Four-legged stance also risks deadly ground currents from nearby bolts. Records show few deaths, but fatality rate is over 30 times higher than for humans in thunderstorm-prone areas. The Australian Retriever isn't a pure breed, but a hybrid from crossing an Australian Shepherd with a Golden Retriever. These energetic dogs are highly intelligent, affectionate, and great with families. The white-browed forest flycatcher often goes unnoticed in the dim understory of West and Central African rainforests. This little gem loves hanging out near big rivers and streams, lurking in the shadows. Drones aren't new. They go back to the 1800s with unmanned balloons used in war. The term drone came from the 1930s target practice aircraft called Queen Bee, originally built for dangerous military missions like surveillance and combat. Durian is widely known as the world's smelliest fruit, with an odor like rotten onions. It's banned on planes and trains in parts of Asia. Still, it's nutrient-dense, high in vitamin C, potassium, fiber, and healthy fats. Elon Musk could be the first trillionaire soon. In 2024, Informa Connect Academy said by 2027, based on 110% annual growth from Tesla. Now in 2026, his net worth tops $600 billion, fueled by SpaceX's $800 billion value and Tesla's strength. The sword-billed hummingbird has the longest beak relative to the body of any bird, often longer than the body itself. This allows it to reach nectar in deep Andean flowers. It balances by tilting its bill upward when perching and preens with its tiny feet. The Mississippi River starts at Lake Itasca in Minnesota and flows 2,340 miles to the Gulf of Mexico. A drop of water takes roughly 90 days to make this journey. You might think all oranges are bright orange, but that's not always true. The peel's color comes down to temperature. In tropical spots with steady heat, like Vietnam, ripe oranges keep their green skin because chlorophyll doesn't break down. But in places with cooler nights, that green fades and the natural carotenoids shine through as orange. The fear of long words is humorously known as this. Yes, I'm not going to pronounce it. It's not an official medical term. Psychologists see it as part of social anxiety. But the name was made extra long on purpose. In November 2025, the U.S. launched the Genesis mission, a major national initiative led by the Department of Energy. It uses artificial intelligence to harness vast federal scientific data sets. Focus areas include energy dominance, new discoveries, and national security. Kia parrots show impressive brain power. They can wait up to 160 seconds for a better treat. This kind of self-control matches what we see in young kids. Cells divide mainly through mitosis or meiosis. Mitosis produces two identical cells for growth and repair. Meiosis creates 4 unique haploid cells for sexual reproduction, having chromosomes and boosting diversity via crossing over. The prototype of the modern chainsaw was invented in the late 1700s. They used it to help with difficult childbirths. The goal was to quickly cut through pelvic cartilage and bone. Ants lack lungs entirely. Like all insects, they breathe through spiracles, tiny openings along their sides. Oxygen enters these openings. It flows directly into branching tubes that reach every cell. T-Rex probably did not have a full coat of feathers. Skin impressions from its body show scales instead. Early relatives had feathers, but large adults like T-Rex likely lost most or all of them. The sun does produce sound-like vibrations inside it, but we can't hear them here on Earth. These are pressure waves from boiling plasma and convection. Space is a vacuum, so so sound waves have nothing to travel through. Glowworm caves in New Zealand feature larvae creating bioluminescent mucus to attract prey in dark caverns. It's formed 30 million years ago. They host luminosa larvae, unique to this country. In Japan, cherry blossoms, known as sakura, stand for the joy of spring's renewal. They bloom briefly, for about 1 to 2 weeks each spring. People mark this with hanami, gathering to picnic and admire the falling petals under the trees. The Sahara Desert covers about 9.2 million square kilometers. It is the largest hot desert in the world. Its dust storms affect weather far beyond Africa. Animals there show amazing adaptations to survive the heat and dryness. Identical twins share the same DNA and often have very similar fingerprint patterns, like loops or whorls. But no two people, not even twins, have exactly the same fingerprints. Genes set the basic pattern, but small differences in position, pressure, and growth make them one of a kind. Emperor penguins huddle together to share body heat. They face the brutal Antarctic cold and winds. The group slowly rotates positions. This way, every penguin gets time in the warmer center. The Amazon River has the highest discharge on Earth, averaging over 215,000 cubic meters per second. This massive flow is greater than the next 7 largest rivers combined. It carries about 20% of all fresh water entering the world's oceans. Butterflies taste with their feet. They have special sensors there. These detect sweet nectar in flowers. If it's good, they unfurl their long proboscis to drink. Squirrels bury thousands of nuts each year to store food for winter. They forget or fail to retrieve many of them. These forgotten nuts often sprout into new trees. This helps regenerate forests, especially oaks and other hardwoods. Ginkgo biloba is one of the oldest living tree species. It's a true living fossil. The lineage dates back over 270 million years. This remarkable tree has survived several mass extinctions, including the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. The gaming industry is massive today. Over 3.3 billion people play games worldwide. Mobile gaming dominates with about 50% of the market. It generates roughly $100 billion in revenue. The total industry earns around $190 billion yearly. That's more than film and music combined. DNA replication is the process cells use to copy their DNA before dividing. Today, AI models trained on vast genomic data can predict replication origins, design synthetic DNA sequences, and even generate entire artificial genomes, speeding up research in medicine and biotech. The sensitive plant, Mimosa pudica, quickly folds its leaves when touched. This rapid movement is a defense mechanism. It helps protect against herbivores and environmental stresses like heavy rain or strong wind. Kia parrots nest in burrows on the ground. These are often dug between tree roots or in rock crevices. A tunnel, up to 6 meters long, leads to a cozy chamber. Earth's spin isn't fixed. It fluctuates. Long-term, the moon's gravity slows it down through tidal friction, making days longer by about 2 milliseconds per century. In recent decades, though, the planet has spun faster on average. Spider monkeys are highly social animals. They live in large groups in the wild. If isolated without companionship, severe loneliness causes stress, depression, and a weakened immune system. Many experts note they can even die from it unless given constant attention. The Andes are the world's longest continental mountain range, stretching around 4,300 miles along South America's west coast through 7 countries. They block moisture, creating rain shadows and extreme climates, while hosting incredible biodiversity from rainforests to high plateaus. Beefalo are a cross between domestic cattle and American bison. They're bred to be exactly 37.5% bison and 62.5% cattle. This mix gives them the hardiness of bison and the calm nature of cattle. Their meat is leaner, lower in fat and cholesterol than regular beef. Romantic literature is a movement from the late 18th to mid-19th century. It puts emotion, imagination, and nature first, over cold reasons. I don't like history. I'm like they are all dead. That's it. Coffee plants produce caffeine as a natural defense. It acts like a pesticide. The chemical paralyzes or kills many insects that try to feed on the leaves, beans, or young shoots. Nature's clever trick. Toxic to bugs, energizing for humans. Sundews are carnivorous plants. They're not dew at all. They're sweet, sticky glue that lures insects in. The bug lands, gets trapped, and the red tentacles bend over it. The plant absorbs the nutrients. All because sundews grow in boggy, nutrient-poor soils, mostly lacking nitrogen. Dried figs stand out as a top plant-based calcium source. Half a cup delivers about 120 to 150 milligrams, matching half a cup of milk. They're loaded with fiber for digestion, potassium for heart health, and antioxidants. Perfect swap if you're skipping dairy. You know those orange, stringy vines that look like tangled spaghetti on other plants? That's dodder, a clever parasite from the morning glory family. It produces no chlorophyll and skips photosynthesis entirely. Seedlings smell nearby hosts using volatile chemicals. Octopuses truly have 3 hearts. It's not a myth. 2 smaller branchial hearts push blood through the gills for oxygenation. The main systemic heart then pumps the freshly oxygenated blood everywhere else. A typical cumulus cloud weighs around 500 tons. That's equivalent to around 100 adult elephants. That's the weight of all the tiny water droplets inside it. It floats because those droplets are spread over a huge volume. The cloud is less dense than the dry air around it. Earth isn't a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, flattened at the poles and bulging at the equator due to its rapid rotation. This shape was first predicted by Isaac Newton. Sudan has more pyramids than any other country in the world. These ancient structures belong to the kingdom of Kush. They are smaller and steeper than Egypt's famous ones. Household dust isn't mostly dead skin cells. That's a myth. Dead skin, flakes from people, and pets make up about 20 to 50% of it. The bulk comes from outdoor soil, pollen, and fibers. It also includes hair, insect parts, bacteria, and pollutants. Earlobes don't have a major biological purpose. They're soft tissue with no cartilage. They get lots of blood flow, which might help keep ears warm. They're also full of nerve endings, making them sensitive to touch. If you laid out all the blood vessels in an adult human body end to end, they would stretch about 60,000 miles. That's a popular estimate. This vast network could wrap around Earth 2.5 times, though some newer studies suggest it might be closer to 6,000 to 12,000 miles for average adults. Africa is the only continent with land in every single hemisphere: northern, southern, eastern, and western. The equator slices through countries like Kenya and others. No other continent pulls this off. Look, I've heard this one a lot. Rubbing the inside of a banana peel on your teeth every night to get them whiter. But honestly, it doesn't really work. Any slight polish you feel comes from mild scrubbing, no different than brushing softly. Mandrills hold the title of the world's largest monkeys. with adult males reaching up to 119 pounds and standing over 3 feet tall at the shoulder. These rainforest dwellers stun with vivid red and blue facial colors, brighter in dominant males, plus matching hues on their rumps. You know how we can't drink seawater without getting sick? Penguins can. They have this amazing supraorbital gland right above their eyes that acts like a super efficient filter. It pulls salt from their bloodstream and turns it into a thick brine. Mount Kilimanjaro's iconic glaciers have shrunk by over 90% since 1912 due to climate change and reduced snowfall. They may vanish by the 2040s. This loss impacts local ecosystems and adds to water stress in dry seasons. Gorillas construct a new nest every single night using branches and leaves, mostly on the ground for mountain gorillas. Each individual builds their own, except infants sharing with mothers. They abandon old nests to avoid parasites, bacteria, and fecal buildup. The idea about the brain constantly eating itself sounds scary, but it's actually a good thing. Your brain stays healthy by trimming away unused connections. Special cells called microglia act as the cleanup crew. The Eurasian wren, one of the smallest birds in Europe, sings with incredible power and speed. It produces up to 740 notes per minute in its explosive song. This loud, high-pitched trill carries over 500 meters. A tight necktie can reduce blood flow to the brain. Studies show it drops by about 7.5% on average. This happens when the tie is tightened to slight discomfort. Most healthy people feel no symptoms from this small change. Eagles have vision 4 to 8 times sharper than humans. It's no exaggeration. Eagles truly see the world in stunning clarity. They spot small prey, like rabbits, from 2 to 3 miles away. Plus, they see ultraviolet light, revealing urine trails of rodents that we can't detect. Sloths move so slowly that green algae grows right in their fur. This gives them a greenish tint. It helps them blend perfectly into the leafy tree canopies. Watermelon is 92% water, making it incredibly refreshing. Its ancestors originated in southern Africa's Kalahari Desert, where wild varieties still grow. Bamboo holds the record as the world's fastest growing plant. Some species can add up to 35 inches in just one day. This rapid renewal makes bamboo a highly sustainable material for construction, textiles, and eco-friendly products. Japanese snow monkeys, also known as macaques, bathe in natural hot springs during winter. They do this to stay warm and reduce stress in the cold, snowy mountains of Nagano. This unique habit started in the 1960s when one troop learned it by watching humans. The solar system doesn't have a solid wall, but it does have a boundary called the heliopause. This is where the sun's solar wind finally stops pushing against the interstellar medium. It's like the edge of a giant bubble protecting our system. Lions often sleep or rest up to 20 hours a day. This helps them save energy. They need it for powerful, short bursts during hunts. Think about how tough life is in the desert. No rain for months. Cacti survive by packing water into their swollen, fleshy stems, like built-in canteens. This helps them survive long droughts with minimal water loss. Geysers erupt because groundwater seeps deep into hot rocks near magma. It becomes superheated under pressure. When pressure releases, the water flashes to steam explosively. How can parrots sound just like us? It's all thanks to their syrinx, that special voice box deep in their chest, where the windpipe splits toward the lungs. Kiwi fruit comes from China, It was once called Chinese gooseberry. New Zealand growers renamed it kiwi for better marketing. It has more vitamin C than oranges, often twice as much per 100 grams. Bioluminescent bays glow because of tiny single-celled organisms. When movement disturbs them, they flash a bright blue-green light. This creates magical natural light shows in warm tropical waters. Tigers have stripes on their skin, not just their fur. If you shaved a tiger, don't try this at home, you'd see the same black stripes on its skin, like a permanent tattoo. Pomegranates stand out for their high levels of antioxidants, more than many other fruits. These help reduce inflammation, protect heart health, and fight oxidative stress, often more effectively than red wine or green tea. The strongest tornadoes pack winds exceeding 300 miles per hour. The fastest ever measured hit around 320 miles per hour in 1999. Most form in supercell thunderstorms. These need wind shear and instability. Crows are incredibly smart birds with sharp memories. They recognize specific human faces and link them to past experiences. On the flip side, they also remember and favor those who are kind. Vervet monkeys use distinct alarm calls for different predators. They have one for leopards, one for eagles, and one for snakes. These calls trigger the right escape moves in the group. The Himalayas formed when the Indian plate collided with the Eurasian plate. This massive crash began around 50 million years ago. The ongoing push continues to lift the mountains even today. Blueberries originated right here in North America, one of the few fruits truly native to our continent. What makes them special? They are packed with antioxidants. Woodpeckers drum on trees to claim territory and attract mates. They can produce rapid bursts, reaching up to 20 pecks per second in many species. Japan leads the world in vending machine density. You'll find roughly one for every 30 to 40 people. They're everywhere, from city streets to quiet countryside spots. As of early 2026, the U.S. Department of Justice has released only about 12,000 Epstein-related documents, less than 1% of the total. Millions more files remain unreleased. Delays continue due to reviews and redactions to protect victims. Public demand stays strong despite partial disclosures. Out of all 26 letters in the alphabet, only one is completely missing from the names of the 50 U.S. states. That letter is Q. No state uses it at all. Date palms are remarkable trees that start bearing fruit after about 4 to 8 years. They reach peak production around 10 to 15 years old. Peregrine falcons are the fastest animals on Earth. They reach speeds over 200 miles per hour, up to a recorded 242 miles per hour, during high-speed hunting dives called stoops. Wind turbines in the UK cause around 10,000 to 100,000 bird deaths annually from blade strikes. That's a real issue. A Norwegian study showed painting one blade black reduces these deaths by over 70%. The black contrast helps birds perceive the rotor motion. Listen to a wolf pack howl. It's one of nature's most powerful sounds. They don't howl at the moon. That's just a myth. Instead, wolves use howls to bring the pack together for hunts, defend vast territories, and stay connected over miles of wilderness. In the real world, there's no such thing as a perfectly straight line. They exist in math and geometry, but in nature and physics, everything curves just a bit. Grapes can ferment on their own into wine. Wild yeast on the skins turns the sugar in the juice into alcohol. Wine was likely discovered by accident when stored grapes fermented. What's amazing about marmosets? These tiny monkeys almost always have fraternal twins. unlike most primates that have one baby at a time. The dads are super involved. They carry the infants most of the day. Earthquakes release tremendous energy, often equivalent to thousands of atomic bombs for major ones. A magnitude 8 quake can match about 15,000 Hiroshima bombs in power. Peaches and almonds are closely related. They both belong to the same genus, Prunus. They're genetically close enough to hybridize successfully. Fog forms when moist air cools down to its dew point. The water vapor then condenses into tiny droplets. This happens often in coastal areas. Toucans use their large bills to regulate body temperature. They act like heat radiators. By adjusting blood flow, the birds release excess heat when it's hot. They restrict it when it's cool. Most cats have 5 toes on each front paw. They have only 4 toes on each back paw. That's a total of 18 toes. Bald cypress trees grow woody knees. These are conical projections. Their exact purpose isn't fully known. Many experts think they help with aeration. Tamarins often share food with others in their group. This helps build and strengthen social bonds. It's especially common with young ones. Adults actively offer food to infants and juveniles. Pineapples take about 18 to 20 months to mature. They often grow from slips, small shoots that form at the base of the fruit, or from crowns, suckers, and other plant parts. Migratory birds navigate using the stars, Earth's magnetic fields, and landmarks. They often combine these with the sun's position during the day. Many also rely on their sense of smell for guidance. Joshua trees don't bloom every year. They flower in spring only when conditions are right. That's usually after good winter rains and a cold spell in the Mojave Desert. Gray langurs in India are amazing lepers. They often jump 12 to 15 feet horizontally between trees. When leaping downward, they can cover up to 35 to 40 feet. Blackberries are not true berries. They are aggregate fruits. Each one forms from many tiny drupelets. These juicy fruits pack lots of fiber. They also deliver key vitamins like C and K. Ostriches lay the largest eggs of any living bird. An average egg weighs about 3 pounds. Some can reach up to 5 pounds or more. Sifakas hop sideways on the ground. They hold their arms out for balance. This unique movement looks like dancing. These lemurs live only in Madagascar. Singapore ranks among the world's richest countries by GDP per capita. Its success comes from a strong financial hub, major port, low taxes, and smart policies that attract global business. No natural resources, yet massive wealth. Wetlands naturally filter water. They remove pollutants and sediments. They also support rich biodiversity, and they help control floods in prone areas. Most ginger cats are male, around 80% of orange tabbies. The reason is simple genetics. The orange color gene sits on the X chromosome. Males need just 1 copy to turn fully ginger, while females need 2. Fingernails actually grow a bit faster during hot summer months. Warmer temperatures boost blood flow to your hands, speeding up the process. They also grow quicker during the day than at night, and on your dominant hand. The Affenpinscher is a small toy dog breed from Germany. Its name means monkey terrier because of its funny monkey-like face. It has wiry black fur and a bold personality. It's one of nature's sweetest gestures. In species like Adelie, Gentoo, and chinstrap penguins, males search for the perfect pebble. They present it to a female they're courting. If accepted, the pair bonds and adds the stone to their nest. Built to protect eggs from cold and flood in Antarctic colonies. Meet the African bush elephant, the true giant of the land, also called the savanna elephant. Males can reach 13 feet tall at the shoulder. and weigh up to 12,000 pounds. The aurora borealis happens when charged particles from the sun collide with gases in Earth's atmosphere. This creates glowing, colorful lights. They're most visible in polar regions during strong geomagnetic storms. Binary, supermassive black holes are pairs of huge black holes orbiting each other closely. They form when galaxies merge. Each black hole can weigh millions to billions of times the sun's mass. They slowly spiral in and eventually collide. Capuchin monkeys use medicinal plants. They rub citrus fruits, like lemons or limes, into their fur. This helps repel insects and parasites. It's a clear example of self-medication. The Pope cannot be an organ donor. No, I didn't know that before. It's a surprising rule tied to Catholic tradition. Adelie penguins live only along the Antarctic coast. They are the smallest penguins in Antarctica. These birds have classic black and white feathers with white rings around their eyes. Every day, millions of cells in your body die naturally. Instead of just vanishing, they're quickly swallowed and digested by neighboring cells or professional cleaners like macrophages. Big volcanic eruptions can cool the planet. They release sulfur dioxide, not just ash. This gas forms aerosols that reflect sunlight. The 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption caused global temperatures to drop by about 0.5 degrees Celsius for 2 years. The baobab tree can store up to 120,000 liters of water in its swollen trunk. This helps it survive long droughts in the African savannas. Rainbows form when sunlight refracts, reflects, and disperses through water droplets in the air. Double rainbows appear when light reflects twice inside the droplets. The African fish eagle is a striking bird of prey. It has a white head, chest, and tail. The body is rich brown with powerful black wings. It lives near rivers, lakes, and coasts across sub-Saharan Africa. Eucalyptus trees shed their bark for several reasons. It helps remove moss, lichens, fungi, and parasites. Many species have peeling or ribbon-like bark that drops naturally. In fire-prone Australia, dropped bark and oily leaves fuel hot, fast-moving fires. Smells can travel through liquids. Odor molecules dissolve in water and spread out slowly by diffusion. This is how fish and sharks detect scents underwater. The Asian golden cat is a medium-sized wild cat. It lives in forests across Southeast Asia and parts of China. Its coat comes in many colors, from golden red to gray or even spotted. Bananas were first domesticated in Papua New Guinea. This happened at least 7,000 years ago. From there, they spread westward through Southeast Asia. Ancient traders and migrants carried them along early routes. Baboons live in large groups across Africa. They form complex social hierarchies. Grooming helps them build strong bonds and alliances within the group. After Einstein died in 1955, the pathologist who did the autopsy removed his eyes. He gave them to Einstein's ophthalmologist, Henry Abrams. Those eyes still sit safely in a New York City bank vault today. The Antarctic scale worm is a fascinating deep-sea creature. It lives in the cold southern ocean around Antarctica. It grows up to 8 inches long, with a flat body covered in shimmering golden scales for protection. Acreoptera manga is a stunning stick insect from northern Madagascar. Males shine in bright blue with red and yellow accents. Females mimic dry twigs in brown and gray. It lives only in small dry forests. Papayas are packed with papain, a powerful enzyme that breaks down proteins. That's why it's a classic natural meat tenderizer in tropical kitchens worldwide. Papain also aids human digestion and reduces inflammation. The Aki monitor is a small lizard from Australia. It's also called the spiny-tailed monitor, or ridge-tailed monitor. These active little guys love digging deep burrows in rocky, dry areas. Certain octopus species, like the giant Pacific octopus, can lay around 56,000 eggs at once. These eggs are small, like grains of rice. The female attaches them in strands to a den. She stays with them, cleaning and protecting. The addax, often called the white antelope, is perfectly built for the harsh Sahara. It can survive without drinking water, getting moisture from plants. Those stunning spiral horns, up to 43 inches long, grace both males and females. True hibernators, like ground squirrels, don't dream during deep hibernation. Their body temperature plummets, brain waves flatline, and there's no REM sleep, the stage where dreams happen. The Aesculapian snake is one of Europe's longest snakes, reaching up to 2 meters. It's completely harmless to humans, with no venom at all. This slender snake loves climbing trees and walls. Its name comes from Asclepius, the Greek god of medicine. The Big Freeze is a leading theory for the universe's end, also called heat death. The universe keeps expanding forever. Stars burn out. Galaxies drift farther apart. In the end, nothing's left but a vast, cold, empty void. Civets aren't cats at all. They're small, tree-dwelling mammals related to mongooses. The Asian palm civet plays a role in producing kopi luwak. This coffee comes from beans eaten, partially digested, and excreted by the animal. Your brain is an energy powerhouse. Though it weighs just 2% of your body, it uses around 20% of your total energy. That adds up to roughly 300 to 500 calories daily, mostly on basic functions like keeping your heart beating and processing thoughts. Conodonts weren't big predators like sharks or dinosaurs. These small, jawless, eel-like animals from ancient oceans had the sharpest teeth in history. Their tiny elements, often just millimeters long, featured edges sharper than anything measured in nature, even today. The African gray parrot is one of the most intelligent birds in the world. It comes from the rainforests of West and Central Africa. These parrots are famous for mimicking human speech perfectly. They can live 40 to 60 years with good care. Jacanas really stand out in wetlands. Their super long toes and nails act like snowshoes. They distribute the bird's weight perfectly. So jacanas glide across lily pads like they're walking on water. No wonder they're nicknamed Jesus birds, or lily trotters. The 2025 Atlantic hurricane season had 13 named storms. It was close to average activity. 5 of those strengthened into hurricanes. 4 reached major hurricane status, Category 3 or higher. Venus is one of the oddballs in our solar system. It spins clockwise, the opposite way from Earth and most other planets. A day there lasts longer than its year, and the sun would rise in the west if you could see it through the thick clouds. A group of flamingos is known as a flamboyance. This fun name highlights their vivid pink color and dramatic group displays. Other terms include a stand or colony. Neptune holds the record for the fastest winds in the solar system. They reach up to 2,100 kilometers per hour. These supersonic speeds drive huge storms. The atmosphere is mostly hydrogen, helium, and methane. Amazon parrots belong to the genus Amazona. They come from the Americas and Caribbean, known for bright green feathers and colorful heads. In June 2025, scientists reported a fascinating discovery. Orcas were observed making and using tools for the first time. They bite off pieces of kelp. Then they use it to groom and massage each other. A newborn kangaroo joey is roughly the size of a lima bean, maybe an inch long and under a gram in weight. The baby, called a joey, crawls into its mom's pouch right after birth. There it grows safely for months. Albertonectes is one of the most extreme plesiosaurs ever found. This long-necked marine reptile swam in late Cretaceous oceans around 73 million years ago. What sets it apart is that ridiculously long neck, longer than its body and tail combined. You know, a single lightning bolt can superheat the air around it to around 30,000 degrees Celsius in a fraction of a second. That's 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. No wonder it causes thunder. A new species of pumpkin toadlet was discovered in 2025. It has a bright orange color. The tiny frog lives in Brazil's mountain cloud forests. Snails have some incredible regeneration abilities. Certain freshwater snails, like the apple snail, can fully regrow a lost eye. It's not just a stub. They regenerate a complete working camera-type eye in about a month. Massive spider webs can cover vast landscapes. It's a real phenomenon called angel hair. In Australia, especially southeastern regions, this occurs during mass ballooning events, often after heavy rains or floods, with notable viral reports in 2025 draping fields and vegetation in ghostly silk. Pine cones act as natural weather indicators. They open in dry air to release seeds on windy days. When humidity rises before rain, the scales close to protect the seeds. This clever response comes from special fibers that expand with moisture. The African bullfrog, often called the pixie frog, is one impressive creature. It's the second largest frog in the world, native to sub-Saharan Africa. These guys are built tough, with olive green skin and powerful legs for burrowing. Elephants communicate using infrasound. These are low-frequency sounds below 20 hertz. Humans can't hear them at all. They also use touches, smells, and visible signals. The longest lightning flash on record struck back in October 2017 over the U.S. Great Plains. It stretched an impressive 515 miles. In 2025, 2 new pika species were discovered in the Himalayas. These small, rabbit-like mammals are highly vocal. They make loud calls that can sound like screams. Pikas live in rocky mountain areas. Mercury really doesn't have a proper atmosphere like Earth does. Instead, it has just a super-thin exosphere, basically loose atoms floating around. That's why the planet experiences massive temperature changes every day. Days reach up to 430 degrees Celsius. Nights drop to negative 180 degrees Celsius. You know, in 2025, researchers made a breakthrough with a woolly mammoth specimen around 40,000 years old. Called Yucca, this juvenile was preserved beautifully in Siberian permafrost. They successfully pulled out and sequenced ancient RNA, the oldest ever recovered. Shooting stars, known as meteors, are small space rocks or dust particles. They enter Earth's atmosphere at high speeds. Most burn up completely, producing glowing streaks. On clear, dark nights, patient stargazers often see 5 to 10 sporadic meteors per hour with the naked eye. Titan, Saturn's largest moon, has lakes on its surface. These lakes contain liquid methane and ethane. They're mostly near the North Pole. Some are huge, like seas. In 2025, scientists at the Natural History Museum in London described several new glittering jewel butterfly species. They shine with bright, metallic colors. The Alpine Dachsbrache is a sturdy Austrian hunting dog. It's bred to track wounded game like deer and boar, short-legged and tough, perfect for rough mountain terrain. We might be close to discovering signs of ancient life in the universe. NASA's Perseverance rover recently found a rock on Mars with features that could point to past microbial life. It's not confirmed yet. This shows how human curiosity drives big discoveries. Aramborgiania was an incredible giant pterosaur. It lived about 70 million years ago in what is now Jordan, known for its super long neck and massive wings. Recent studies put its wingspan at around 10 meters. That made it taller than a giraffe when standing on the ground. In 2012, Facebook conducted a secret experiment on nearly 690,000 users without their informed consent. They reduced positive posts in one group's feed and negative posts in another's. This tested if emotions spread online. The study showed emotions are contagious. It sparked huge ethical backlash when published in 2014. American alligators live in southeastern U.S. wetlands. Males grow up to 14 feet long. They're apex predators. A group is called a congregation. They can live over 50 years in the wild. The Alaskan Klekai is a small dog breed. It looks like a miniature husky. People often call them mini huskies. That's the correct name and basic idea. They come in 3 sizes: toy, miniature, and standard. The old saying was that bacterial cells outnumber human cells in your body by 10 to 1. That's a myth. Current estimates show about 38 trillion bacterial cells and 30 trillion human cells. So yes, there are slightly more bacterial cells than human ones. Stardust Solutions is a startup. It plans to inject reflective particles into the stratosphere. This would reflect sunlight and help cool the Earth. The company says their particles are safe, but many scientists worry about risks. These include unpredictable weather shifts. Last year was quite shaky for Japan. We saw major quakes, like the magnitude 7.6 off Aomori in December. It triggered tsunami warnings and raised fears of even larger ones ahead. The African sugarcane borer is a real insect pest. It's a moth known scientifically as Eldana saccharina. The larvae bore into sugarcane stalks. This causes big damage to crops in Africa. In February 1972, Iran faced the deadliest blizzard in history. It lasted a full week. Snow reached up to 26 feet in places. Over 200 villages were buried completely. Around 4,000 people lost their lives. The immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii, can revert to its juvenile polyp stage when stressed or injured. This process lets it restart its life cycle. If you're hungry for more recent discoveries, deep-thinking facts, and fascinating insights, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Follow us on our other social platforms for daily doses of knowledge, and don't forget to check out our recommendations for even more exciting trivia.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
The Pan American Highway is a connected network of roads stretching from Alaska in North America to the southern tip of South America. It spans roughly 19,000 miles, passing through more than a dozen countries and multiple climates. One notable break is the Darien Gap between Panama and Colombia, where dense rainforest prevents a continuous roadway. The Borneo cat, also known as the bay cat, is one of the rarest wild cats in the world. Native only to the island of Borneo, it lives in dense rainforests and is rarely seen by humans. Camera traps capture very few images each year, making population estimates difficult. Habitat loss and limited range contribute heavily to its extreme rarity. Tornado rotation is influenced by Earth's rotation, which differs by hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, most tornadoes rotate counterclockwise, while in the southern hemisphere, they tend to rotate clockwise. This pattern is linked to the Coriolis effect. which subtly influences large-scale atmospheric motion. Though local wind conditions ultimately determine tornado formation and strength. Certain dark, glossy coatings on desert rocks, called desert varnish, form partly through biological activity. Manganese oxidizing microbes contribute to these black layers over thousands of years. This means the varnish acts as a slow-growing biological archive, preserving environmental information rather than being only a chemical stain created by weather exposure. Vanilla comes from an orchid, making it one of the few edible orchid-derived products. The vanilla plant produces long seed pods that must be hand-pollinated in most growing regions. After harvesting, the pods undergo months of curing to develop flavor, which explains why natural vanilla is labor-intensive and more expensive than synthetic alternatives. The stonefish is considered the most venomous fish in the world. Its dorsal spines inject potent venom that causes extreme pain and tissue damage. Stonefish blend into rocky seafloors, increasing the risk of accidental contact. Anti-venom exists, but immediate medical treatment is critical to prevent severe complications. Modern road safety relies heavily on advanced visual technology. Systems such as reflective lane markings, adaptive headlights, night vision cameras, and collision warning displays enhance driver perception. These technologies compensate for human visual limitations, especially in low-light or high-speed conditions, significantly reducing accidents through early detection and clearer visual cues. The flower grown in space bloomed aboard the International Space Station in 2016. Astronauts successfully cultivated a zinnia plant in microgravity. The experiment helped scientists understand how flowering plants respond to space conditions, which is essential for future long-duration missions requiring onboard food production. The Tristan da Cunha rail is the smallest flightless bird in the world. It lives only on Inaccessible Island in the South Atlantic Ocean. Measuring about 15 centimeters, it evolved without predators, losing the ability to fly. Its isolation makes it vulnerable to environmental changes and invasive species. Before another long-running animated cartoon took the record, a Stone Age-themed series was the most successful animated television show. The Flintstones aired in prime time during the 1960s and attracted adult audiences. Its popularity demonstrated that animated shows could succeed beyond children's programming and influence mainstream television. The symbol on the Portuguese flag includes an armillary sphere, an ancient navigation instrument. Sailors once used it to model celestial movements and determine position at sea. Its presence reflects Portugal's maritime history during the Age of Exploration, when navigation technology played a central role in global expansion. The characters Yoda and Miss Piggy were both voiced by Frank Oz. Despite their vastly different personalities, the same performer used precise voice control and timing to bring both characters to life. This showcases how vocal performance can create entirely distinct identities from a single human voice. Glass fiber optics were first proposed to illuminate operating rooms rather than transmit data. Early designs aimed to safely direct light into surgical spaces without heat or electricity near patients. Only later did scientists realize the same principles could carry information, leading to modern high-speed communication networks. Newborn babies initially see mainly shades of black, white, and gray. Their visual system is still developing, and color-sensitive cells mature over time. High contrast helps infants focus, which is why bold patterns are more visible early on. Full color vision develops gradually over several months. Famous homes often become cultural landmarks due to association rather than architecture alone. Residences of artists, writers, or political figures attract visitors interested in personal history. Over time, these homes shift from private spaces to preserved sites, reflecting how individual lives can shape collective cultural memory. Flowers generally emit stronger scents as temperatures rise because warmth provides energy for aromatic compounds, known as volatile organic compounds, to vaporize and disperse into the air. This increased scent release helps plants communicate more effectively with pollinators. Although extreme heat can cause fragrances to fade more quickly or stress the plant, moderate warmth usually enhances scent production and spread, supporting successful pollination. The largest indoor water park in the world is located in Brandenburg, Germany. Built inside a former aircraft hangar, it contains tropical vegetation, pools, and artificial beaches. The structure maintains a warm climate year-round, demonstrating how large-scale engineering can simulate natural environments indoors. There is a cosmic boundary beyond which light cannot reach us, known as the observable universe. Due to the expansion of space, light from extremely distant regions has not had enough time to arrive. This limit defines what humans can ever observe, regardless of future technological advances. Jackie Chan has released numerous music albums in multiple languages, including Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese, and English. Many songs were used in films he starred in. His music career reflects his broader entertainment influence beyond acting, particularly in East Asian popular culture. A major car manufacturer, Volkswagen Group, owns several luxury automobile brands. These include Audi, Porsche, Bentley, and Lamborghini. By managing diverse brands under one corporation, the company shares technology and production resources while maintaining distinct identities across different market segments. The Margherita pizza was named after Queen Margherita of Italy in the 19th century. The toppings of tomato, mozzarella, and basil represent the Italian flag. The dish became a national symbol. This origin story is popular but debated by historians and not conclusively proven. Rubbing stainless steel under running water can help reduce strong odors on the hands, such as those from garlic or fish. While it is often said that the metal neutralizes sulfur compounds, there is no solid scientific evidence that stainless steel chemically binds these odor molecules. The odor reduction is more likely caused by physical removal of residues combined with water rinsing rather than chemical neutralization. Tomatoes, potatoes, and eggplants all belong to the nightshade family, known as Solanaceae. This plant group includes both edible crops and toxic species. Shared genetic traits explain similarities in flower structure and chemical compounds. Despite the vegetable's very different culinary uses, fast food chains consume billions of eggs each year to meet global demand. Eggs are used in breakfast items, sauces, and baked goods. Large-scale consumption drives industrial egg production, influencing agricultural practices, supply chains, and food pricing worldwide. Words in a language can change meaning, pronunciation, and usage surprisingly fast, sometimes within a few generations. For example, the word awful once meant something inspiring or worthy of awe, while today it means very bad. Social trends, technology, and frequent use all push language to adapt continuously rather than remain fixed. Jericho, located near the Jordan River in the modern-day West Bank, is considered one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities on Earth. Archaeological evidence shows settlement layers dating back to around 9000 BCE. Its long history is linked to reliable water sources, fertile land, and its position along ancient trade routes. Some river deltas grow unevenly because Earth's rotation slightly deflects moving water through the Coriolis effect. Over long periods, this causes sediment-heavy currents to favor one side of a delta. Scientists have measured these asymmetries in major systems like the Mississippi River, where tiny daily shifts accumulate into visible geological patterns. The village of Yuzcar in southern Spain was painted entirely blue in 2011 for the promotion of a Smurfs movie. Originally white, every building was coated in blue paint as part of the marketing campaign. After tourism increased dramatically, residents voted to keep the village blue permanently instead of restoring its original color. Certain financial institutions offer exclusive tools and services designed only for ultra-wealthy clients. These may include private investment funds, personalized risk strategies, and direct access to specialized advisors. Entry often requires millions in assets, meaning the products are invisible to ordinary customers despite operating within the same global financial system. Bolivia officially recognizes more than 30 indigenous languages alongside Spanish. Languages such as Quechua, Aymara, and Guarani are protected by law and used in education and government. This policy reflects the country's large indigenous population and aims to preserve linguistic diversity that existed long before European colonization. The narrowest street in the world is often identified as Spreuerhofstrasse in Reutlingen, Germany. At its tightest point, the street measures about 31 centimeters wide, barely wider than a human shoulder. It was created unintentionally during medieval reconstruction and is officially recorded in city land registries. Movable bridges are engineering solutions designed to let boats pass while still supporting road or rail traffic. Types include drawbridges, bascule bridges, and swing bridges. Famous examples, like London's Tower Bridge, use counterweights and hydraulic systems, allowing massive structures to move smoothly with relatively little energy. Early mechanical calculating machines used gears with varying numbers of teeth to represent mathematical relationships. By physically encoding multiplication tables into gear ratios, these devices could perform calculations automatically when turned by a crank. Machines developed by inventors like Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz laid groundwork for later computational technology. Many early tools, machines, and structures were made primarily from wood because it was widely available and easy to shape. Watermills, clocks, and early looms often relied on wooden gears and frames. Although less durable than metal, wood allowed early engineers to prototype complex mechanisms long before advanced metallurgy became common. The decorative pattern on Oreo cookies was inspired by architectural motifs popular in the early 20th century. The original design, introduced in 1912, was relatively simple, featuring a wreath pattern with the name Oreo in the center. The more elaborate and now iconic design, created by William Turnier in 1952, includes a central logo surrounded by 12 symmetrical, four-petaled shapes. This later pattern has remained largely unchanged, making it one of the most recognizable cookie designs worldwide. Some public spaces become symbols of romance through repeated cultural use rather than intentional design. Places like Paris's Pont des Arts gained romantic meaning after couples attached love locks over many years. Films, photographs, and personal traditions reinforce these associations, gradually transforming ordinary infrastructure into landmarks tied to emotional significance. China uses a single official time zone, despite spanning a distance that would normally cover about 5 geographic time zones. The standard time, Beijing time, applies across the entire country. This decision was made after 1949 to promote national unity, even though sunrise and sunset times vary greatly between eastern and western regions. Plants have survived beyond Earth under controlled conditions aboard space stations. Experiments on the International Space Station have grown lettuce, wheat, and flowering plants in microgravity. These studies help scientists understand how plants respond to reduced gravity, radiation, and limited soil, which is important for long-term space missions. The earliest fireproof safes relied on gypsum, a mineral that contains chemically bound water. When exposed to extreme heat, the gypsum releases steam, absorbing energy and slowing temperature rise inside the safe. This method was widely used in the 19th century and provided effective protection for paper documents during building fires. The small arrow near a car's fuel gauge indicates which side of the vehicle the fuel tank opening is on. This feature was introduced to reduce confusion when refueling unfamiliar cars. The arrow points left or right toward the fuel cap, saving drivers from checking manually or stepping out of the car unnecessarily. Singapore's Changi Airport features the tallest indoor waterfall in the world, known as the Rain Vortex. It stands about 40 meters tall and recycles rainwater collected from the airport roof. Beyond aesthetics, the structure helps with cooling and humidity control inside the terminal complex. Rhode Island is the smallest U.S. state by land area, covering roughly 1,000 square miles. Despite its size, it played a significant role in early American history, particularly in trade and industry. Its short distances allow residents to cross the entire state in under an hour by car. Soft drinks often taste slightly different depending on the container because glass is chemically inert. Unlike plastic or metal, glass does not absorb flavors or release compounds into the drink. This helps preserve carbonation and original taste, which is why many people report that beverages from glass bottles taste cleaner. Some animals display extremely rare color variations due to uncommon genetic mutations. Conditions like leucism or melanism can cause individuals to appear almost entirely white or black. These variations may affect camouflage and survival, making such animals less common in the wild despite being visually striking. Costume designers for a fantasy television series repurposed ordinary household rugs to create cloaks worn by characters. The thick, woven texture provided warmth and a rugged appearance suitable for harsh fictional environments. After aging and dying, the rugs became visually convincing garments without requiring custom fabric production. Certain remote islands become inaccessible at times due to aggressive wildlife rather than weather or geography. For example, some seabird nesting sites are closed during breeding seasons because birds will actively attack intruders. These restrictions protect both humans and animal populations by minimizing dangerous encounters. The zoetrope was one of the earliest devices used to create the illusion of motion. Developed in the 19th century, it consisted of a spinning cylinder with slits and a sequence of drawings inside. When viewed through the slits, the images appeared to move. This principle later influenced film projectors and modern animation techniques. The original Batmobile, used in the 1960s television series, was based on a customized Lincoln Futura concept car. Decades later, the vehicle was sold at auction for several $1 million. Its value came from its cultural significance, rarity, and association with early televised superhero entertainment. A well-known razor company struggled during its first year because customers did not immediately understand the need for replaceable blades. Early sales were low despite an innovative design. Only after improved marketing and distribution did the company succeed, eventually shaping the modern razor and blade business model. Barbie and Ken dolls were named after real people connected to their creator. Ruth Handler named Barbie after her daughter Barbara and Ken after her son Kenneth. These personal references became globally recognized names, showing how family influences shaped one of the most successful toy brands in history. The Industrial Revolution marked a shift from hand-based labor to machine-driven production during the late 18th and 19th centuries. Factories replaced small workshops, steam power increased output, and urban populations grew rapidly. This transformation changed how goods were made, how people worked, and how economies were organized. Early smartphone applications helped define how modern app stores function. Simple tools like calculators, weather apps, and mobile games demonstrated the value of downloadable software. Their popularity encouraged standardized marketplaces, developer guidelines, and centralized distribution, forming the foundation of today's global app ecosystems. Ukraine's national anthem focuses on endurance and persistence rather than military victory. Written in the 19th century, its lyrics emphasize survival, identity, and hope during hardship. The song reflects the country's long history of struggle and resilience rather than conquest or celebration of power. Bright colors in animals often function as warning signals to predators. This phenomenon, known as aposematism, signals that an animal may be toxic, venomous, or unpleasant to eat. Examples include poison dart frogs and monarch butterflies, whose vivid colors reduce attacks by teaching predators to avoid them. The first wind tunnels were built to test bridge designs rather than aircraft. Engineers studying failures of long-span bridges needed controlled airflow to understand oscillations and collapse risks. These experiments later proved valuable for aviation, as the same principles of airflow and stability applied to early airplane designs. Some desert plants position their leaves vertically to reduce exposure to intense midday sunlight. This orientation minimizes heat damage while still allowing efficient photosynthesis during morning and late afternoon. It functions like turning a solar panel edge-on during peak heat to avoid overload while maintaining energy capture. Antipodes are locations on Earth that lie directly opposite each other, connected by a straight line through the planet's center. Standing at one point, your antipode would be beneath your feet on the other side of the globe. Most antipodes fall in oceans due to Earth's land distribution. Medieval glassmakers discovered that adding manganese dioxide could counteract the green tint caused by iron impurities. While aiming for clearer glass, they unintentionally practiced early color correction chemistry. This technique allowed production of more visually appealing glass centuries before modern chemical understanding existed. India withdrew from the 1950 FIFA World Cup, despite having qualified, mainly due to financial difficulties, travel challenges, and limited preparation. although it is often claimed that India pulled out because players were required to wear boots instead of playing barefoot. This rule was already known. The largest known pearl is the Pearl of Puerto Princesa from the Philippines, which weighs about 34 kilograms. For many years, it was kept as a good luck charm by a local fisherman and remained unrecognized for its significance. When it was later documented, it surpassed the Pearl of Lao Tzu, revealing the exceptional size that natural giant clam pearls can reach without human intervention. To prevent cheating during exams, some institutions introduced unusually designed hats that blocked peripheral vision. These physical barriers made it harder for students to look at others' papers. While effective, such methods also drew attention for their strange appearance and rigid approach to academic integrity. Shar-Pei dogs have heavily wrinkled skin due to unusually high levels of hyaluronic acid. This substance causes the skin to thicken and fold. Historically, the loose skin also provided protection in dogfights, making it harder for opponents to grip vital areas. Vodka remains liquid at very low temperatures because of its alcohol content. Ethanol lowers the freezing point, allowing vodka to stay fluid in cold environments. This property made it popular in colder regions, where it could be stored without freezing while still remaining drinkable. One city banned mouse hunting to protect local wildlife and ecological balance. Authorities determined that unregulated hunting disrupted predator-prey relationships. By restricting the practice, officials aimed to preserve species diversity and prevent unintended environmental consequences caused by removing a small but important animal population. Learnability refers to the ability to continuously acquire new skills over time. In rapidly changing industries, this trait allows individuals to adapt as tools and knowledge evolve. Rather than mastering one fixed skill, learnability focuses on how efficiently someone can keep updating their abilities. A transparent viewing platform extends over the French Alps, allowing visitors to look straight down through glass flooring. Suspended at high altitude, the structure combines engineering precision with tourism. Its design ensures safety while offering unobstructed views of steep cliffs and mountain terrain below. Hyenas are genetically closer to cats than to dogs, despite their dog-like appearance. They belong to a separate biological family, more closely related to felines. This relationship explains certain anatomical traits, such as skull structure, that differ from true canines. China has the largest number of internet users in the world, with hundreds of millions of people online. Rapid urbanization, affordable smartphones, and widespread mobile networks contributed to this growth. The scale of its user base has strongly influenced global digital platforms and online market trends. Baby rabbits are called kittens, a term also used for young cats. The word comes from older English usage describing small mammals. Rabbit kittens are born hairless and blind, relying entirely on their mother during early development, before growing fur and opening their eyes. On a logarithmic scale, comparing sizes, a grain of sand falls roughly between an atom and the Earth. Logarithmic scales compress extreme differences, making it possible to visualize vast size ranges. This comparison highlights how everyday objects sit between microscopic particles and planetary dimensions. Some flowers have evolved shapes that closely resemble animals. Bee orchids mimic the appearance of female bees, encouraging pollination through deception. Flying duck orchids resemble small birds in flight. These forms result from natural selection, favoring plants that attract specific pollinators effectively. Ancient Andean road builders shaped stones with slightly convex surfaces so rainwater would run off immediately instead of pooling. At high mountain altitudes, trapped water can freeze and expand, cracking stone over time. By encouraging constant drainage, these roads resisted freeze-thaw damage for centuries without using mortar, relying purely on geometry and gravity for durability. The Amazon milk frog has a smooth body, large eyes, and bold color contrasts that give it a robotic appearance. Its skin secretes a milky substance that helps reduce moisture loss and may deter microbes. Native to rainforest canopies, the frog's unusual look comes from adaptations to arboreal life rather than artificial design. The Great Wall of China cannot be seen from space with the naked eye under normal conditions. Its width is similar to highways, and its color blends with surrounding landscapes. Astronauts have confirmed that even from low Earth orbit, it is difficult to distinguish without magnification or ideal lighting. Some fungi glow under ultraviolet light due to chemical compounds called secondary metabolites. These molecules absorb high-energy light and re-emit it as visible fluorescence. Scientists are still studying why this occurs, but it may relate to deterring predators, attracting insects, or protecting the fungus from environmental stress. When threatened by predators, reindeer form tight defensive circles with their calves positioned in the center. Adults face outward, using antlers and hooves to deter attacks from wolves. This coordinated behavior reduces vulnerability and increases survival, functioning like a living shield built through instinct rather than planning. Germany's Wuppertal Suspension Railway has been operating since 1901 and still carries passengers daily. Instead of running on tracks below, trains hang from an overhead rail. Built to save space above the Wupper River, the system demonstrates how unconventional engineering can remain practical for more than a century. On average, women tend to have slightly larger pupil diameters than men under similar lighting conditions. Pupil size affects how much light enters the eye and can influence visual sensitivity. Researchers believe hormonal and neurological differences contribute, though the variation is subtle and overlaps significantly between individuals. The oldest known written recipe for soap appears on Mesopotamian clay tablets dating to around 2800 BCE. It describes mixing plant ash with animal fat to produce a cleansing substance. This method relies on basic chemical reactions and shows that early civilizations understood practical chemistry long before modern science. Many marine animals release enormous numbers of eggs or larvae to ensure survival. A single ocean sunfish can produce more than 300 million eggs at once. Most offspring never reach adulthood, but sheer quantity increases the chance that some will survive predators and environmental hazards. Early aviation maps focused on landmarks visible from the air rather than roads. Chimneys, rail yards, rivers, and large buildings were emphasized because pilots navigated visually. Roads were often hard to see from altitude, so aerial navigation relied on bold, industrial, or geometric features recognizable from above. The blue color of a major social media platform was chosen partly for accessibility. Its creator has red-green color blindness, and blue contrasts more clearly for that condition. The choice also provided strong readability on screens, showing how design decisions can be influenced by human perception rather than branding alone. Entire towns sometimes change their appearance for cultural or economic reasons. Buildings may be repainted, redesigned, or decorated to support festivals, films, or tourism campaigns. These transformations can alter local identity and economy, showing how architecture and color influence perception without changing the town's physical structure. At its greatest extent, the Roman Empire stretched across much of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. It connected distant regions through roads, laws, and trade networks. This scale allowed ideas, technology, and goods to move efficiently across thousands of kilometers under a centralized administration. Monaco is the most densely populated country in the world, with tens of thousands of people living in just over 2 square kilometers. Limited land and high economic demand have driven vertical construction. This density shapes daily life, urban planning, and infrastructure in ways unlike larger nations. A themed restaurant in Taiwan serves meals in dishes shaped like toilets. Food items are presented to resemble bathroom fixtures as part of the novelty experience. While hygienically prepared, the unusual presentation focuses on shock and humor, demonstrating how dining can be transformed into a visual and cultural attraction. The most expensive dollhouse ever created is valued at $8.5 million. It includes miniature works by famous artists, functional lighting, and detailed furnishings. Rather than being a toy, it functions as a scaled architectural and artistic exhibition showcasing craftsmanship at extremely small proportions. Many country names that begin with the same letter also end with that letter due to linguistic structure. For example, several names starting with the letter A also end in A. This pattern often comes from Latin or Greek naming conventions rather than coincidence or deliberate design. Some bacteria survive antibiotic treatment by entering dormant states instead of mutating. These persister cells slow their metabolism, making antibiotics ineffective because most drugs target active processes. Once treatment stops, the bacteria can reactivate, complicating efforts to fully eliminate infections. A forest in Oregon forms the shape of a smiling face each year due to planned tree harvesting. Darker evergreen trees outline the smile, while lighter areas appear where logging occurs. The pattern is visible from above and was intentionally designed by forest managers rather than occurring naturally. The sound heard when holding a seashell to the ear does not come from the ocean. It is ambient noise from the surrounding environment resonating inside the shell's curved interior. The shell amplifies certain frequencies, similar to how blowing across a bottle opening produces sound. San Marino is considered the world's oldest existing sovereign state. Founded in the early 4th century, it has maintained continuous independence through changing empires and borders. Its longevity comes from geographic isolation, diplomatic neutrality, and early adoption of a stable republican system. Biological differences between genders exist in areas such as hormone levels, average body composition, and reproductive anatomy. These differences can influence metabolism, muscle distribution, and disease presentation. While individual variation is large, population-level patterns are well documented in medical and biological research. Astronaut Charles Duke left a photograph of his family on the moon during the Apollo 16 mission in 1972. The photo included handwritten text identifying his wife and children. Exposed to radiation and temperature extremes, it remains a personal artifact of human presence beyond Earth. The Proto-Elamite writing system used numerical symbols that changed meaning depending on the goods being counted. Numbers were not abstract, but embedded with units such as grain or livestock. This shows that early accounting systems tied quantity directly to material context rather than separating numbers from measurements. Certain deep-sea sponges build skeletal frameworks from silica that can guide light through their internal structures. These natural glass fibers transmit light similarly to optical cables, even in complete darkness. Scientists studying these sponges have found that their light-guiding properties may inspire new approaches in bio-optical engineering and low-energy light transmission systems. In classical rhetoric schools of ancient Greece and Rome, students memorize speeches by mapping ideas onto imagined buildings. This method, called the method of loci, involved placing arguments in specific rooms or landmarks within a mental structure. By mentally walking through the space, speakers could recall complex arguments in the correct order during public speaking. Modern technology now allows live visual portals between distant cities. These installations use high-resolution screens, cameras, and real-time data transmission to create the illusion of a shared physical window. People can see and interact with others thousands of kilometers away, blending public art, telecommunications, and urban design into a single experience. A fruit known as black sapote naturally tastes similar to chocolate pudding when ripe. Native to Central America, it has soft, dark flesh and a mild sweetness. Despite the flavor, it contains no cocoa. The taste comes from its chemical composition, making it a popular ingredient in desserts without added chocolate. Humans generally cannot smell while sleeping because sensory processing is reduced. The brain limits how smell signals are interpreted during sleep, prioritizing rest over environmental awareness. Strong odors can still cause awakening, but subtle scents usually go unnoticed, showing how the brain selectively filters sensory information during different states of consciousness. Dubai is home to one of the largest flower gardens in the world, containing tens of millions of blooming plants. Carefully maintained despite the desert climate, the garden relies on irrigation systems and seasonal planting. It demonstrates how controlled environments can support large-scale botanical displays in extreme conditions. Puffins are often called sea parrots because of their brightly colored beaks. During the breeding season, the beak becomes especially vivid, displaying orange, yellow, and blue tones. These colors play a role in mate selection. Outside breeding periods, the beak fades, showing how appearance can change seasonally. The first industrial noise regulations emerged after textile workers experienced widespread hearing loss. As factories grew louder, governments and engineers began measuring sound levels to establish safety limits. This led to early acoustic standards, recognizing noise as a workplace hazard that required regulation, much like chemical or physical dangers. On clear days, visitors standing atop Chicago's Willis Tower can see into multiple states. From the observation deck, parts of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin may be visible. The wide view is possible due to the tower's height and the flat surrounding landscape, which allows distant horizons to remain unobstructed. Bullying can cause long-term psychological harm that extends into adulthood. Research links repeated bullying to increased risks of anxiety, depression, and difficulty forming relationships later in life. The effects persist because chronic stress during development can alter emotional regulation and self-perception, making early social experiences highly influential. The United Arab Emirates uses drones to help stimulate rainfall through cloud seeding. These drones release electrical charges into clouds, encouraging water droplets to combine and fall as rain. The technique aims to increase precipitation in arid regions, supplementing traditional water sources through atmospheric modification. Vodka was originally used as a medicinal substance before becoming a social drink. In Eastern Europe, it was prescribed as a disinfectant and treatment for ailments. Its alcohol content allowed preservation and sterilization, making it valuable in medical contexts long before it became associated with recreation. Mirror hours occur when the hour and minute display the same numbers, such as 11:11 or 22:22. These moments are simply numerical coincidences caused by the structure of digital clocks. While often assigned symbolic meaning, they result from predictable time formatting rather than any physical phenomenon. The mimosa plant can rapidly close its leaves when touched due to changes in water pressure within its cells. This movement occurs within seconds and does not rely on growth. The response may help deter herbivores or reduce damage, showing that plants can exhibit fast mechanical reactions to external stimuli. Apples belong to the same plant family as roses, known as Rosaceae. This family also includes pears, cherries, and strawberries. Shared traits include flower structure and seed development. The connection explains similarities in blossoms and genetic traits, despite the very different forms the fruits eventually take. The first logo of a major technology company depicted Isaac Newton sitting beneath an apple tree. It referenced the story of gravity and discovery. The detailed illustration was later replaced by a simpler design, reflecting a shift toward modern branding and easier recognition in a growing consumer technology market. A power plant in Copenhagen doubles as a ski slope built on its roof. The facility generates electricity while supporting recreation through artificial snow surfaces. Its design integrates infrastructure with public space, showing how industrial buildings can serve multiple roles without sacrificing functionality or safety. Some Pacific Island navigation chants encoded star paths as family genealogies. By linking stars to ancestors, navigators memorized complex routes across open ocean. These oral systems functioned as astronomical databases, preserving precise directional knowledge without written charts or instruments. Modern electronic devices rely on multiple layers of legal protection. These include patents, copyrights, and trade secrets that safeguard hardware designs, software code, and user interfaces. Legal frameworks help companies protect innovation while defining ownership, shaping how technology is developed, shared, and commercialized globally. Some self-driving car companies use realistic video game environments to train artificial intelligence. These simulations allow vehicles to experience rare or dangerous scenarios safely. By running millions of virtual miles, algorithms learn decision-making patterns faster than real-world testing alone could achieve. China hosts some of the world's most extreme obstacle courses, often used for military and athletic competitions. These courses feature steep walls, water traps, and endurance challenges. Designed to test strength, coordination, and resilience, they emphasize physical limits rather than speed alone. A saddle-shaped mountain in Mexico serves as a well-known natural landmark. Its curved profile resembles a riding saddle, making it easily recognizable from a distance. Such formations result from erosion acting unevenly on rock layers, carving distinct silhouettes that often become cultural and geographic reference points. The first public time signals were delivered by firing cannons at exactly noon from prominent locations. Cities used the sound to synchronize clocks, but distance caused delays, meaning people farther away heard the signal later. This turned timekeeping into an urban coordination problem where accuracy depended on geography, sound speed, and public awareness rather than precise instruments, especially in expanding port cities. Certain medications can reduce levels of essential vitamins and minerals in the body. For example, long-term use of some acid-reducing drugs can interfere with vitamin B12 absorption, while specific antibiotics may affect vitamin K. These interactions occur because medicines can alter digestion, gut bacteria, or nutrient absorption pathways over extended treatment periods. In Japan, some unused public phone booths have been converted into goldfish aquariums. Transparent walls allow passers-by to view the fish inside, turning obsolete infrastructure into public art. These installations reflect Japan's approach to reusing urban space while blending everyday objects with aesthetic and cultural expression in dense neighborhoods. The tallest sandcastle ever built was constructed in Denmark and stood over 20 meters high. It required thousands of tons of sand and the help of engineers to maintain stability. Special mixtures of sand and water were used to prevent collapse, showing that large sand structures rely on controlled physics, not just sculpting skill. The name Wendy became popular after the publication of Peter Pan in the early 20th century. Before the story, Wendy was extremely rare as a given name. J.M. Barrie popularized it through his character, leading parents to adopt it widely, demonstrating how literature can directly influence naming trends across cultures. Human perception operates beyond conscious awareness. The brain continuously processes sensory information, filtering most of it without conscious notice. This includes detecting patterns, recognizing threats, and regulating balance. Such unconscious processing allows quick reactions and efficient functioning, even though people only experience a small portion of what the senses detect at any moment. Christmas Island hosts a massive annual migration of red crabs, with millions moving from forests to the sea to breed. Roads are closed to protect them as they cross. The timing is linked to rainfall and lunar cycles, making the migration a predictable natural event that dominates the island's ecosystem each year. The Olympic rings symbolize unity among athletes from 5 inhabited continents. Each ring represents a continent linked together to show international cooperation. The colors were chosen because at least one appears on every national flag. The design emphasizes global participation rather than competition between regions or political systems. White rhinoceroses are not actually white but gray. The name likely comes from a misinterpretation of a Dutch word meaning wide, describing the animal's mouth shape. Over time, the term was mistranslated into English as white, creating a misleading but widely accepted name in scientific and popular use. An early version of spreadsheet software included a hidden flight simulation game. Developers added it as an Easter egg, accessible through a specific sequence of actions. While unrelated to the program's purpose, it showcased programming creativity and later raised concerns about hidden code in professional software used by businesses. Some cruise ships offer permanent residential living, allowing people to buy or lease cabins long-term. These residents live at sea while traveling between ports worldwide. The ships provide housing, utilities, and services, functioning like floating apartment complexes combined with continuous international travel and scheduled global routes. The electric chair was developed in the late 19th century through the combined efforts of several contributors, including dentists, engineers, and physicians. Dentist Alfred P. Southwick played an early role by proposing electricity as an alternative to hanging, but the final design drew on broader medical and electrical expertise. Language can evolve alongside agriculture as new farming practices require new words, measurements, and social coordination. Early agricultural societies developed terms for crops, seasons, tools, and land ownership. As farming spread, these concepts shaped grammar and vocabulary, embedding ideas of time, labor, and property directly into language, showing how daily survival activities can influence how humans communicate abstract ideas. A group of gorillas is called a troop, or sometimes a band. These groups are typically led by a dominant silverback male who coordinates movement, protection, and access to resources. The collective name reflects their structured social organization, where relationships, hierarchy, and cooperation are essential for survival in dense forest environments. The first waterproof watches relied on cork gaskets to keep water out. Watchmakers borrowed this idea from wine bottles, where cork had long been used as an effective seal. The material's compressibility allowed it to expand and fill gaps, protecting delicate watch mechanisms from moisture before synthetic rubber seals were developed. Many insects rely on chemical defenses to survive predators. These chemicals may taste bitter, cause irritation, or even be toxic. For example, certain beetles release foul-smelling compounds, while monarch butterflies store toxins from the plants they eat. Such defenses reduce predation by making insects memorable and unpleasant targets. Baby possums can briefly hang from their tails during early development. While adult possums use their tails mainly for balance and gripping branches, young possums have enough tail strength to support their light body weight for short moments. This ability helps them cling to their mother or nearby surfaces during early growth stages. Marine fossils have been discovered near the summit of Mount Everest. These fossils come from ancient sea organisms that lived millions of years ago. Their presence indicates that the rock layers were once part of an ocean floor, later uplifted by tectonic forces during the formation of the Himalayas. Some cities replicate famous foreign landmarks to attract tourism. Examples include scaled versions of the Eiffel Tower or Venetian canals built far from their originals. These replicas create familiar visual experiences, allowing visitors to encounter global architecture without international travel. Blending imitation with local urban development strategies. Many celebrities collect unusual items unrelated to their careers. These collections range from historical artifacts to everyday objects amassed in large quantities. Such hobbies reflect personal interests rather than public personas, showing that fame does not limit curiosity or the desire to preserve niche or unexpected items privately. Time zones influence when global celebrations occur. Events like New Year's Eve happen at different moments worldwide, creating a rolling sequence of celebrations. This system coordinates daily life across regions while also shaping shared experiences as people observe others welcoming the same event hours earlier or later through media. In the 19th century, courtroom sketches acted as visual records before cameras were allowed in trials. Artists quickly drew scenes, capturing faces, gestures, and atmosphere. These sketches served as public documentation, influencing how legal proceedings were perceived before photography became legally accepted inside courtrooms and judicial settings. A dog's nose print is unique, much like a human fingerprint. The pattern of ridges and creases differs between individuals and remains stable over time. Because of this, nose prints can be used for identification, particularly in controlled environments such as breeding records, veterinary documentation, and working dog registries. During the early 20th century, Cleveland was one of the largest cities in the United States. Its growth was driven by manufacturing, steel production, and transportation networks. The city's population ranked among the top 5 nationally, reflecting how industrialization shaped urban importance during that era of rapid economic expansion. In classical Chinese metallurgy, bell sounds were tuned by adjusting the tin content of bronze alloys. Rather than altering the bell after casting, craftsmen controlled pitch through precise material composition. This approach required a deep understanding of how metal properties affect vibration and sound resonance consistency. Canadian banknotes are made from a polymer plastic rather than paper. This material increases durability, resists moisture, and improves security features like transparent windows. Polymer notes last longer in circulation, reducing replacement costs while also making counterfeiting more difficult through complex embedded elements. Eider duck feathers are among the most expensive in the world due to their insulating properties. Collected from nests after breeding season, the down provides exceptional warmth with very low weight. Harvesting is labor-intensive and carefully regulated, contributing to its high value and limited global availability. Classic films often remain popular across generations because their themes, storytelling, and craftsmanship remain relatable. Advances in restoration also preserve image and sound quality. As a result, older films continue reaching new audiences, maintaining cultural relevance long after their original release in modern viewing formats. Compact discs were designed to hold approximately 74 minutes of audio. This length was chosen to accommodate a complete recording of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. The decision influenced storage standards, showing how artistic preferences can shape technological specifications adopted worldwide by manufacturers. A dangerous road in China was carved directly into a mountainside, forming a narrow path along steep cliffs. Built to connect remote areas, it required manual excavation through rock. The road's design reflects extreme terrain adaptation rather than conventional transportation planning, prioritizing access over comfort or safety margins. Some urban air purification technologies are designed to mimic trees. These structures use filters, airflow systems, and sometimes algae to absorb pollutants. By copying natural processes, they aim to reduce air pollution in dense cities where planting large numbers of real trees is difficult or impractical. The earliest voting machines used colored balls dropped into hidden tubes to register choices. Each color represented a different option, and concealment ensured secrecy. The system translated individual decisions into physical movement, forming an early mechanical method for recording votes reliably in organized elections. Some natural lakes appear unreal due to extreme water clarity. When particles and algae are minimal, light penetrates deeply, making the water look transparent. This clarity can create optical illusions where boats seem to float in air, even though the effect is purely physical and environmental in origin. Tropical regions host many unusual insect species due to stable climates and abundant vegetation. Constant warmth allows insects to specialize in narrow ecological roles, leading to extreme shapes, colors, and behaviors. Examples include leaf insects that mimic plants and beetles with exaggerated horns, reflecting intense evolutionary pressure and competition. All the gold ever mined in human history would fill only a few Olympic-sized swimming pools. Despite gold's cultural importance, it is relatively rare in Earth's crust. Estimates suggest that all refined gold could fit into a cube about 22 meters on each side, highlighting how limited the global supply truly is. Some monkey species greet each other with unusual gestures that resemble rituals. Capuchin monkeys may stick fingers into each other's mouths, while certain macaques touch faces or lips. These behaviors help establish trust and reduce tension, functioning as social signals that maintain group stability and cooperation. The Royal Clipper is the largest full-rigged sailing ship in the world. Inspired by 19th century clipper ships, it carries 5 masts and thousands of square meters of sail. Although equipped with modern navigation systems, it relies primarily on wind power, blending traditional sailing design with contemporary engineering and safety standards. France's longest land border is not in Europe, but in South America. French Guiana, an overseas department, shares a long border with Brazil. Because it is legally part of France, this border counts as French territory, illustrating how colonial history continues to shape modern political geography. Collectible currency can gain unexpected value due to rarity, historical context, or printing errors. A misprinted banknote or short-lived coin design may become highly desirable to collectors. Over time, demand can far exceed original face value, turning ordinary money into valuable historical artifacts. The smallest horse ever recorded was a miniature mare named Thumbelina. She stood only about 44 centimeters tall and weighed less than 30 kilograms. Despite her size, she was fully grown and healthy, demonstrating how selective breeding can dramatically alter animal proportions while maintaining basic biological function. Obsidian, a natural volcanic glass, can be sharper than steel surgical scalpels. When fractured, it forms edges only a few molecules thick. Because of this extreme sharpness, obsidian blades can make very clean cuts, although their fragility limits widespread medical use compared to metal instruments. Some countries appear unusually close to perfect geometric shapes when viewed on a map. This often results from borders drawn along lines of latitude and longitude rather than natural features. Such shapes usually reflect political decisions made during colonization or land division rather than organic geographic boundaries. In the 19th century, color blindness testing developed after railway accidents were linked to signal misinterpretation. Engineers realized that some workers could not reliably distinguish red and green lights. This discovery connected sensory physiology directly to public safety, leading to mandatory vision testing for transportation workers. Oak trees support hundreds of dependent species throughout their lifespan. Insects feed on their leaves. Birds nest in their branches, and fungi grow around their roots. Because oaks live for centuries, they provide long-term ecological stability, acting as foundational structures within many forest ecosystems. Mont Saint-Michel is a historic island structure located off the coast of Normandy, France. It is connected to the mainland by a causeway that floods during high tide. The site combines medieval architecture, religious history, and dramatic natural surroundings, making it both a strategic fortress and pilgrimage destination. The human heart beats well over 100,000 times each day. Each beat pumps blood through the circulatory system, delivering oxygen and nutrients while removing waste. This constant activity begins before birth and continues without conscious effort, demonstrating the heart's endurance and reliability as a biological pump. Jam and jelly differ mainly in how fruit is used during preparation. Jam contains crushed fruit or pulp, giving it a thicker texture and visible pieces. Jelly, by contrast, is made from strained fruit juice, resulting in a clear, smooth spread. The distinction reflects processing methods rather than flavor alone. A famous video game character's mustache was originally designed to overcome early graphic limitations. When characters were rendered with very few pixels, facial details were hard to show clearly. A mustache helped distinguish the nose from the mouth and made expressions readable. What began as a technical workaround later became an iconic character feature recognized across generations of players. Protective spiked dog collars were first used in ancient Greece to guard livestock dogs against wolves. The spikes prevented predators from biting the dog's neck during attacks. Made from leather, reinforced with metal, these collars allowed dogs to defend herds more effectively, showing how animal equipment evolved alongside early pastoral societies and predator threats. In professional tennis matches, balls are replaced frequently to maintain consistent performance. As balls are hit, their felt wears down and internal pressure drops, affecting speed and bounce. Professional tournaments replace balls after a fixed number of games to ensure fairness, allowing players to compete under predictable conditions throughout long, high-intensity matches. Central Asia's tallest chimney, located in Kazakhstan, has become a destination for extreme climbers. Rising over 300 meters, the industrial structure attracts athletes who scale it using specialized equipment. Its height, smooth surfaces, and exposure make it a unique challenge, turning a functional energy structure into an unexpected site for extreme sports. The Aliena Unum is an experimental electric supercar developed in Bulgaria, designed with more than 20 electric motors. Each wheel can contain multiple motors, allowing precise torque control. The concept focuses on extreme acceleration and power distribution, pushing electric vehicle engineering beyond conventional designs into highly specialized performance territory. A well-known rock singer, John Bon Jovi's first professional recording appeared on a themed holiday album. Early in their career, they contributed vocals to a Christmas compilation before achieving mainstream success. This recording is often overlooked, but it shows how many musicians begin with small or unexpected projects before gaining widespread recognition. Certain residential designs can create surreal living environments through unconventional shapes, colors, or layouts. Homes built into cliffs, underground spaces, or mirrored surfaces alter perception of space and light. These designs challenge traditional architecture, making everyday living feel visually unusual while still serving practical residential functions. Even a small amount of oil can contaminate large volumes of water. A single liter of oil can spread into a thin film covering thousands of square meters. This film blocks oxygen exchange and harms aquatic life, demonstrating how minor spills can cause disproportionate environmental damage due to oil's physical properties. Speech patterns vary significantly between individuals due to differences in anatomy, learning, culture, and social environment. Factors such as tongue shape, breathing control, and exposure to language influence accent and rhythm. These variations make every voice distinct, even among people speaking the same language and dialect. Disney characters often wear gloves to simplify animation. Early animators found that drawing hands with multiple fingers was time-consuming and visually confusing against dark bodies. White gloves made hand movements clearer and faster to animate, becoming a stylistic choice that later defined many classic animated characters. Relative speed increases when objects move toward each other. If two cars each travel at 50 kilometers per hour in opposite directions, their relative speed is 100 kilometers per hour. This concept explains why collisions feel more severe and why closing distances shrink faster than expected in opposing motion scenarios. Some ceramic artists intentionally create cracks during firing, a technique known as controlled crazing. By carefully adjusting cooling rates and glaze composition, fine crack patterns form on the surface. These cracks are valued aesthetically, turning what is usually a flaw into a deliberate decorative feature. An astronaut once drank espresso in space using a specially designed cup. In microgravity, liquids float instead of pouring, so the cup used surface tension to guide coffee toward the mouth. This design allowed astronauts to enjoy espresso safely, while demonstrating how everyday activities require engineering adjustments in space. Shakespeare's daughter, Judith Shakespeare, could not read or write. Historical records show she signed documents with a mark instead of a signature. This was not unusual for women at the time, reflecting limited access to formal education, even within families connected to literature and intellectual achievement. In English, no number contains the letter A before 1000. Words like 1 through 999 all avoid that letter. The first occurrence appears in the word thousand. This linguistic pattern is accidental, resulting from how number names evolved rather than deliberate design. Buffalo, often called water buffalo, are not true cattle, but a separate species domesticated thousands of years ago. They are better adapted to wet environments and are commonly used for farming in Asia. Their strength and tolerance for heat make them valuable working animals distinct from cows. No location in England is very far from the sea. The farthest point from the coast is less than 100 kilometers inland. This proximity has shaped England's climate, trade history, and naval development, ensuring that maritime influence reaches nearly every part of the country. Time can be measured in extremely small fractions, far beyond seconds. Modern atomic clocks measure time using vibrations of atoms, accurate to billionths of a second. Such precision is essential for technologies like GPS, telecommunications, and scientific experiments that rely on exact timing. The Pacific Ocean was named for its calm appearance by the explorer Ferdinand Magellan. During his voyage in the 16th century, he encountered unusually peaceful waters. Despite the name, the Pacific is capable of severe storms and contains some of the most active tectonic regions on Earth. These facts don't change how the world works. They explain it. Once you notice the reasons behind ordinary things, patterns start to appear where randomness once seemed to exist. That understanding is what connects history, science, and everyday life into something that finally makes sense. Atmospheric pressure determines weather patterns. It creates differences in air density and weight across various regions and altitudes on Earth. Higher pressure zones contain denser, cooler air that sinks, while lower pressure areas have rising warmer air. These pressure gradients drive wind formation as air flows from high to low pressure to balance the system, shaping rain, storms, and clear skies. spicy food may help improve memory in adults. Compounds like capsaicin in chili peppers can influence brain blood flow and neurotransmitter activity. Regular consumption of spicy meals has shown associations with better cognitive performance in some studies. Painting a famous government building consumes enormous amounts of paint. The scale of the structure requires multiple coats across vast exterior surfaces. Coverage extends to intricate architectural details that increase total volume needed. Such projects demonstrate the logistical demands of maintaining large public monuments. Ancient Rome achieved exceptionally high population density relative to modern urban centers. Crowded residential blocks accommodated large numbers within limited space. Architectural designs supported dense living through multi-story structures. The arrangement highlights engineering solutions to urban pressures. Male deer shed and regrow their antlers annually. This cycle occurs after the mating season, when antlers are no longer needed for display or combat. New growth begins soon after shedding, fueled by seasonal hormonal changes. The process allows males to replace damaged or worn structures each year. Cultural traditions arise in part to provide outlets for stress relief. Communal rituals and seasonal observances create structured opportunities for emotional expression. Participation helps regulate individual and group tensions through shared activities. These practices fulfill adaptive roles in maintaining social equilibrium. The largest gold bar ever produced remains on permanent display in Japan. This massive ingot weighs several hundred kilograms and serves as a showcase piece at a financial institution. Its creation required specialized casting techniques to achieve uniform purity and size. The object symbolizes peak achievement in precious metal refining and presentation. Animal materials sometimes develop into luxury resources. Items like fur, ivory, or pearls gain high value through rarity, texture, and cultural demand. Their transformation depends on processing techniques and social preferences. This shift shows how natural origins can lead to elevated economic status. Living at sea is becoming permanent. Some individuals reside full-time on boats, ships, or floating homes as an alternative lifestyle. Advances in solar power, desalination, and satellite communication support extended offshore living. This choice appeals to those seeking mobility, minimalism, or escape from land-based constraints. The first transparent car prototype emerged from an American manufacturer. The experimental vehicle featured see-through body panels for demonstration purposes. The design showcased material innovations in automotive engineering. It represented a conceptual exploration rather than production intent. Many old streets in the United Kingdom are named after historical professions. Names such as Baker Street, Tanner Row, or Cooper Lane directly refer to the trades once dominant in those locations centuries ago. Residents and workers in specific crafts clustered together, leading authorities to label streets by the main occupation present. These names have survived as historical records of medieval and early modern urban economies. Animated films can outperform expected blockbusters. High production values, compelling stories, and broad family appeal sometimes lead to higher box office earnings than anticipated live-action films. Animation reaches diverse age groups through humor, visuals, and emotional depth. Success often exceeds predictions based on traditional genre expectations. Aging leads to the appearance of larger noses and ears. The change results from cartilage continuing to grow slowly, while surrounding skin loses elasticity. These tissues sag and elongate over time. The effect creates a visual impression of increased size without actual proportional expansion. Certain bacteria exchange entire metabolic pathways via plasmids in one generation. These mobile genetic elements allow rapid acquisition of new biochemical capabilities without gradual mutation. The transfer enables immediate functional shifts in response to environmental pressures. Such horizontal exchange accelerates evolutionary adaptation. Certain asteroids bear names assigned in honor of historical figures. Naming follows established protocols after orbital confirmation. The practice commemorates individuals from various fields of endeavor. It links celestial bodies to human historical recognition. Short naps contribute to improved alertness levels. Brief rest periods counteract accumulated fatigue and restore cognitive function. The effect stems from reduced sleep pressure without deep stage entry. These intervals support maintained performance during waking hours. Kiribati is the only country that exists in all four hemispheres. Its islands straddle the equator and the 181st meridian, placing parts in northern, southern, eastern, and western hemispheres. This unique geographical spread results from its vast Pacific Ocean territory. Qatar, Oman, and San Marino maintain extremely low levels of forest coverage within their territories. Arid climates, limited rainfall, and small land areas restrict tree growth in these locations. Natural vegetation consists mainly of sparse shrubs or desert plants rather than dense woodland. This scarcity reflects environmental constraints on forest development. Renaissance architects relied on string grids soaked in chalk to project scaled architectural designs onto building walls. Craftsmen stretched taut strings in precise patterns, then snapped them to transfer lines that left temporary chalk marks. The grid vanished as soon as actual construction covered the surface. This method enabled accurate enlargement of small-scale drawings during that era. A massive mirrored building blends into the desert landscape. The exterior walls are covered in highly reflective panels that mirror the surrounding sand dunes, sky, and rocks. This mirror-like finish creates an optical illusion of near invisibility from distant viewpoints. The structure appears to dissolve into the environment during certain lighting conditions. Japan's national anthem is the oldest and one of the shortest in the world. The melody dates back over 1,000 years, with lyrics from the 9th or 10th century. It consists of just 4 lines and lasts under a minute when performed. The brevity and age distinguish it from most modern national anthems. Preserved foods served vital functions in ensuring survival during wartime conditions. Methods like salting, smoking, and canning extended shelf life for extended periods. These techniques maintain nutritional supplies under restricted access to fresh provisions. Their application supported both military operations and civilian endurance. Human fingers contain very few muscles, as most finger movement is controlled by muscles in the forearm and palm. Tendons extend from forearm flexors and extensors through the hand to operate finger joints. Intrinsic hand muscles handle fine adjustments, like pinching. This division allows powerful grip strength with compact finger structure. Natural hair color statistics differ greatly from dyed hair. Global surveys show that brown and black dominate natural shades, while blonde and red occur less frequently. Artificial dyeing creates a much wider variety of colors not found in untouched human hair populations. A major search engine originated from a name tied to a back-rubbing joke. The playful origin reflected informal beginnings among its founders. The term evolved into a globally recognized brand. This history contrasts with the platform's current scale and influence. Baku is the largest city located below sea level. Parts of the Azerbaijani capital sit several meters under mean sea level due to its position near the Caspian Sea. Engineering works protect low-lying districts from flooding and subsidence. Historic disasters have been documented through rare surviving photographs. Early cameras captured images of events like shipwrecks, fires, or earthquakes before widespread news photography. These surviving plates or prints provide direct visual records from the time. Certain animals are physically incapable of specific movements due to anatomy. Structural features like fused bones, joint limitations, or muscle arrangements prevent actions such as jumping, turning the head fully, or bending in particular ways. These restrictions result from evolutionary adaptations to their environments and lifestyles. The creators of Superman sold the rights for a very small amount of money. In the early 1940s, The two young men transferred ownership of the character to a publisher for a modest lump sum. The deal included no ongoing royalties or future profit shares. This transaction occurred before the character's long-term cultural and commercial success. Antique objects exceed 100 years of age. Vintage items range from several decades old, and retro applies to present-day items styled after earlier periods. These classifications distinguish based on actual age versus intentional design revival. The categories guide assessment in collecting and commerce. They reflect evolving perspectives on historical value. A children's song holds the record as the most viewed video in online history. This position belongs to a simple nursery rhyme rather than a major cinematic production or celebrity performance. Its widespread appeal stems from repetitive, educational content that engages young audiences globally. The dominance reflects how accessible platforms amplify children's media consumption. A stray kitten and a lynx established a prolonged friendship inside a zoo enclosure. The connection developed through regular interaction despite their different species backgrounds. Coexistence allowed mutual tolerance and companionship to form over time. The bond demonstrates occasional instances of interspecies affiliation in controlled settings. Extreme structures draw thrill seekers. Tall towers, bridges, or cliffs attract individuals pursuing adrenaline through climbing or jumping activities. The appeal stems from the combination of height, exposure, and perceived risk. Such sites become focal points for adventure recreation. Ancient Greek physicians employed water clocks to monitor fevers by timing pulse irregularities. They measured rhythmic inconsistencies rather than recording temperature values directly. The approach relied on duration observations for clinical interpretation. It represents an early method of physiological tracking. A famous geometric tiling pattern is named after a physicist. The pattern consists of aperiodic tiles that cover a plane completely without repeating periodically. It uses specific shapes and matching rules discovered through mathematical research. The physicists' work on quasicrystals inspired the naming of this non-repeating tessellation. The scent of old books arises partly from vanillin released during lignin breakdown. As paper ages, this slow chemical process liberates the compound associated with vanilla aroma. The fragrance accumulates over decades as degradation continues. It serves as a sensory marker of book preservation. Writing direction varies across languages. Scripts like Latin, Cyrillic, and Devanagari run from left to right, while Arabic, Hebrew, and Persian move from right to left, and traditional Chinese or Mongolian can go top to bottom. The direction developed based on ancient tools, writing surfaces, and cultural preferences. Right-handed dominance influenced many left-to-right systems to avoid smudging fresh ink. Tourism primarily focuses on iconic landmarks within destinations. Visitors prioritize sites recognized for their historical, architectural, or symbolic importance. Such concentration directs visitor flows and supporting services to these specific locations. The pattern shapes economic patterns in tourism-dependent regions. Ice cream is only called vanilla if it contains natural vanilla extract. Products labeled vanilla must derive flavor from real vanilla beans or extract according to regulations. Artificial flavorings require terms like vanilla-flavored or artificially flavored vanilla. A working transformer robot was built from a real car. Engineers modified an actual vehicle to fold and reconfigure into a humanoid form using hydraulics and mechanical linkages. The transformation process relies on motorized joints and segmented body parts. This demonstration combines automotive engineering with robotics for dynamic shape-shifting. Leonardo da Vinci devoted years to the Mona Lisa without declaring it complete. He continued refining details throughout his life. The unfinished perception stemmed from his pursuit of perfection. The work thus embodies ongoing artistic exploration. New nations continue emerging in contemporary times. Recent formations result from referendums, independence movements, or political changes. Each edition alters global boundaries and diplomacy. The process indicates ongoing evolution in statehood. An underwater museum operates near the Canary Islands. Sculptures placed on the seabed form an artificial reef accessible to divers and snorkelers. The installations encourage marine life growth while providing an artistic experience below the surface. This submerged collection combines environmental and cultural purposes in one location. Certain small creatures depend on bright coloration for survival instead of relying on large body size. Vivid hues function as aposematic signals, indicating toxicity or distastefulness to potential predators. The mechanism deters attacks without requiring physical strength or mass. It illustrates an effective alternative strategy in natural selection. Pigs are physically unable to look straight upward. Their short, thick necks and the positioning of their eyes on the sides of the head limit upward neck movement. The anatomy restricts the range of motion to prevent the pig from tilting its head back far enough to see directly overhead. Dugongs were aquatic mammals once found in China. Historical records indicate their presence in coastal waters along southern Chinese shores centuries ago. Overhunting and habitat changes led to local extinction in those regions. The species now survives in other parts of the Indo-Pacific. Some ancient harbors were aligned to prevailing winds rather than tides. Engineers oriented the harbor entrances and channels to match the most common wind directions in the area. This design made it easier for sailing ships to enter and exit without struggling against headwinds. Sail handling became more efficient and safer, even if it meant dealing with varying water depths at different times. Kangaroos can suspend embryo development and resume it later. This reproductive strategy allows females to delay birth until conditions improve. The pause occurs after fertilization, but before implantation. It optimizes survival for offspring in variable environments. Hong Kong registers a higher number of Rolls-Royce cars per capita than most cities worldwide. This concentration surpasses expectations for a densely populated urban area. The statistic arises from concentrated wealth among residents and business elites. It illustrates patterns of luxury consumption in financial hubs. Some paragliders fly alongside trained birds during flights. Experienced pilots synchronize their glides with large birds like eagles or vultures that ride thermal updrafts. The birds naturally seek rising air columns for efficient soaring, and paragliders follow these same currents. Close proximity allows observation of avian flight techniques in real time. The giant squid has eyes as large as sports balls. Its eyes can measure up to 27 centimeters in diameter, among the largest in the animal kingdom. The size enhances light collection in deep, dark ocean environments where vision is limited. The Statue of Liberty was presented to the United States as a gift from France. Contrary to assumptions of purely American origin, the monument originated as a French initiative to celebrate shared democratic values and friendship between the nations. Its construction involved French engineering and funding, with the U.S. providing the pedestal. This collaboration underscores the statue's role as a symbol of transatlantic solidarity. France became the first nation to prohibit supermarkets from discarding unsold edible food. The law requires donation of viable items to charities instead of disposal. This measure addresses food waste while supporting food insecure populations. It established a precedent for resource redistribution policies. A renowned artist created the logo for a widely recognized candy brand. The design incorporated distinctive visual elements that became iconic. The contribution originated from the artist's broader creative work. It shows crossover between fine art and commercial branding. The first traffic roundabouts developed from ornamental gardens that were later adapted to control the movement of horse-drawn carriages. These early circular features were not originally built for traffic, but repurposed when congestion increased in urban areas. The central garden area directed vehicles around it in an organized flow. This transition shows how existing landscape elements influence the practical design of modern road systems. Russia covers more land area than the dwarf planet Pluto. While Pluto spans a significant distance across, its total surface falls short of Russia's terrestrial expanse. This comparison corrects scale misconceptions about planetary versus national sizes. The fact illustrates how vast Earth features can exceed certain celestial bodies in area. The Atlas butterfly possesses one of the largest wingspans found among insects worldwide. Adult specimens can reach up to 30 centimeters across when fully extended. The broad wings aid in gliding flight through forested habitats. This size places the species among the biggest in its order, despite its relatively light body weight. Approximately 1/4 of songs available on Spotify have never been streamed. This portion remains unplayed despite platform accessibility. The figure reveals uneven distribution in listener engagement. It reflects challenges in music discovery and catalog depth. Some fish are considered the most expensive aquatic pets in the world. Rare and selectively bred varieties fetch extremely high prices in the aquarium trade. Factors such as unique color patterns, size, age, and limited supply drive their value. Collectors pay significant amounts for specimens with exceptional traits. Some carnivorous plants count how many times prey touches them. Specialized trigger hairs on the trap must receive multiple separate contacts within a short time window before closing. The plant registers these touches electrically to distinguish living prey from raindrops or wind-blown debris. This selective mechanism conserves energy by avoiding unnecessary trap closures. Cheese theft constitutes a notable share of retail food crime. Unlike assumptions that high-value items like electronics dominate losses, dairy products attract organized theft due to their resale value and demand. Retailers face recurring losses from targeted shoplifting operations. This pattern reflects broader challenges in securing everyday consumables. Some people believe the brain senses when it is being watched. The sensation arises from subtle peripheral cues or psychological expectation of observation. Heightened awareness triggers feelings of being stared at even without direct evidence. This perception often stems from evolutionary vigilance mechanisms. Miniature electronics continue shrinking beyond prior predictions. Ongoing advances reduce component sizes while maintaining or improving function. The trend supports compact devices and greater integration. Progress challenges assumptions about physical limits. In medieval Yemen, coffee beans were initially boiled with butter and spices into energy-rich pastes before the drink form became dominant. People ground roasted beans and mixed them with fats and flavorings to create portable, sustaining food. The mixture provided calories and stimulation for long journeys or work. Liquid brewing emerged later as the preferred preparation method. Official commemorative coins featuring Pokemon characters were released at one point. These legal tender pieces entered circulation in select countries to mark special editions or anniversaries of the franchise. Minting authorities produced them alongside regular currency. Their existence reflects the cultural impact of the brand extending into numismatics. The equator intersects 13 countries. This line crosses landmasses in Africa, South America, and Asia. Each nation experiences equatorial climate characteristics. The distribution affects geography, biodiversity, and human settlement patterns. Fire extinguishing balls activate automatically upon contact with flames. The devices contain suppressing agents that release when exposed to heat. This self-triggering mechanism allows deployment in inaccessible areas. Such technology provides passive fire protection in various settings. Holes appear in pen caps specifically to reduce suffocation risk if accidentally swallowed. The openings permit continued airflow through the airway. The feature targets hazards particularly relevant to young children. It constitutes a deliberate safety measure in product design. Some countries restrict the sale of certain beverages. National laws prohibit or limit distribution of drinks based on alcohol content, caffeine levels, or cultural factors. Regulations often target public health concerns or traditional values. Enforcement varies through age limits, licensing, or outright bans in specific areas. Earth's magnetic field is not uniform across the planet. The field's strength varies significantly between locations, being weaker near the equator and stronger toward the poles. Internal movements in the liquid outer core generate these irregularities through dynamo processes. The field also tilts and drifts slowly over time due to core fluid dynamics. Rabbits can see behind themselves without moving. Their eyes are positioned on the sides of the head, providing a wide field of monocular vision. This arrangement covers nearly 360 degrees with only a small blind spot directly in front. The panoramic view helps detect predators from multiple directions. Cassowaries are considered among the most dangerous birds. Their powerful legs end in sharp, dagger-like claws capable of inflicting severe wounds. Combined with aggressive territorial behavior, these features make close encounters highly risky. Xiaomi entered the electric car industry after developing its first model in a short time. The company leveraged its existing expertise in fast product cycles from smartphones and electronics. Teams completed design, prototyping, and initial production rapidly by applying familiar supply chain and manufacturing methods. This speed allowed Xiaomi to launch its SU7 electric vehicle model within a few years of announcement. Robots perform food delivery tasks in select cities. Autonomous units navigate streets to transport orders directly to customers. Implementation occurs in areas with supportive infrastructure. The development demonstrates practical automation in urban services. Cats display attachment behaviors resembling those of human infants. Studies observe secure and insecure patterns in response to caregivers. The similarities appear in proximity seeking and exploration. This convergence suggests shared mammalian bonding mechanisms. All airplanes use navigation lights to indicate direction and position. Standard placement includes a red light on the left wingtip, a green light on the right wingtip, and white lights on the tail, and sometimes fuselage. These colors follow international aviation rules to help pilots and ground observers quickly identify an aircraft's heading and orientation. The system remains essential during night flights or in poor visibility conditions. India now ranks as the most populous country on Earth. Its total population overtook previous leaders through sustained demographic trends. The transition reflects differences in birth rates and life expectancy patterns. This position carries implications for global resource allocation and development priorities. A coin toss exhibits a slight bias toward the side facing upward at the start. The preference occurs because of minor asymmetries in how the coin spins and lands. This effect remains small and often negligible in practice. The finding adjusts assumptions of perfect randomness in casual use. Papua New Guinea contains more distinct languages than any other country. This linguistic diversity arises from isolated communities across rugged terrain. The multitude reflects centuries of separate cultural development. Such variety underscores challenges in national communication and preservation. Design obsession followed some famous innovators to the end. Certain inventors continued refining products or ideas throughout their lives with intense focus on detail. Persistent iteration occurred even in later years or on personal projects. This dedication shaped their lasting contributions across multiple fields. Certain soils undergo an irreversible color change when heated, which allows archaeologists to locate ancient hearths even when no artifacts remain. The transformation occurs due to chemical alterations in iron compounds present in the soil. Once exposed to fire temperatures, the color shift persists permanently. This reliable marker helps identify long-vanished cooking or heating sites from prehistoric periods. The heliopause defines the boundary of the solar system. It forms where solar wind pressure equals interstellar medium pressure, marking the transition to galactic space. Voyager probes have crossed this region, confirming its existence. The boundary represents the practical limit of the sun's direct influence. Some islands remain untouched due to isolation. Extreme distance from continents or shipping routes makes regular human access difficult and costly. Harsh weather, lack of natural harbors, or protected status further limit visits. This remoteness preserves pristine ecosystems, native species, and geological features without significant human impact. A viral online challenge generated substantial funding for medical research. Participants engaged in a widespread activity that prompted donations to related causes. The phenomenon converted social media momentum into tangible support. It shows how digital trends can drive real-world philanthropy. Falling directly through Earth would produce oscillating motion instead of halting at the core. Gravity pulls toward the center initially, then overshoots due to momentum. The path repeats as a harmonic oscillation through the planet. Friction and density variations would eventually dampen the motion. Color illusions can make identical shades look different. The same color patch appears altered when placed against contrasting backgrounds or surrounded by specific patterns. Surrounding hues trick the visual system into adjusting perceived brightness and tone. This effect arises from how the brain processes relative contrasts rather than absolute values. A single tree yields enough wood for thousands of pencils. The material from one mature trunk supplies the slender cores after processing into thin slats. This output reflects efficient use of timber resources in manufacturing. The figure illustrates the scale of everyday products derived from forestry. Certain studies indicate that intelligent individuals may exhibit elevated copper levels in their hair. This correlation appears in analyses comparing cognitive performance with trace element concentrations. The association does not establish causation, but suggests a possible biological link. Hair analysis provides a non-invasive method for detecting such patterns. Space travel influences gene expression in astronauts. Exposure to microgravity and radiation prompts changes in how genes are activated or suppressed. These alterations affect various biological processes without permanently rewriting DNA sequences. Such shifts help explain physiological adaptations and health risks during missions. Psychopathy occurs in a small portion of the population. Estimates place the prevalence at around 1% in general communities. The trait involves reduced empathy, impulsivity, and manipulative tendencies identified through psychological assessments. It appears consistently across cultures at low rates. The beluga sturgeon is one of the largest freshwater fish. It inhabits large river systems and can reach lengths over 7 meters and weights exceeding 1 ton in exceptional cases. Long lifespans and abundant food sources in their habitats support this massive growth. The species is known for producing high-value caviar. Hippopotamus sweat appears pink and serves as a natural protective layer for their skin. The reddish secretion contains compounds that act as sunscreen and antibiotics against bacteria in water. Glands produce this substance, especially when the animal is exposed to sun or stress. The coloration provides both physical defense and a visible sign of the hippo's unique physiology. Russia occupies a substantial share of Earth's total land surface. This vast territory spans 2 continents and multiple time zones, exceeding many other nations combined. The sheer scale influences its geopolitical presence and resource distribution. Such extent shapes both domestic infrastructure challenges and international relations. Ice landscapes produce sharp visual contrasts against adjacent terrain. Bright, reflective surfaces differ markedly from darker rock, soil, or vegetation in appearance. The distinction results from variations in albedo and material properties. Such differences emphasize environmental extremes in glaciated areas. Certain glaciers accelerate valley carving through pressurized meltwater jets. These high-velocity streams erode bedrock more effectively than ice friction alone. The process enhances downcutting during glacial advance. It contributes to rapid landscape sculpting in alpine regions. Certain desert fungi grow only on the shaded sides of rocks. They position colonies on north-facing or otherwise sheltered rock surfaces to escape direct sunlight. The stone provides shade and moderates temperature swings by absorbing heat slowly during the day and releasing it at night. This microhabitat keeps the fungi within tolerable temperature ranges in extreme arid environments. Individuals who build their own wealth tend to report higher levels of life satisfaction compared to those who inherit it. Self-earned financial success often connects to personal effort, goal achievement, and autonomy. This correlation emerges from studies examining sources of wealth and subjective well-being. The pattern suggests earned accomplishment contributes positively to overall contentment. Infrastructure occasionally incorporates features intended specifically for emergency situations. Designs may include reinforced access points, backup systems, or evacuation routes planned for crises like natural disasters or attacks. These elements remain integrated but unused during normal operations. The approach prioritizes preparedness without disrupting everyday function. Prehistoric animal forms served as inspiration for designs in contemporary films. Creators reference paleontological evidence to shape creature appearances and movements. Features derive from reconstructed skeletal and anatomical details. This connection bridges scientific reconstruction with cinematic representation. The longest straight walk on Earth spans thousands of kilometers. A continuous path across flat terrain in one direction covers vast distances without major obstacles like oceans or mountains. The route follows a great circle segment on relatively featureless land. This distance results from specific geographical alignments in remote regions. An Aztec prophecy influenced the design of the symbol on Mexico's national flag. The image of an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a snake, fulfills an ancient prediction that guided the Mexica people to their capital site. This emblem reflects the prophecy's role in shaping both settlement and national identity. The flag thus preserves a direct link to pre-colonial foundational beliefs. Red pandas wrap their tails around themselves for warmth. During cold weather or rest, they curl their long, thick ringed tail over their body and head like a blanket. The dense fur traps body heat and reduces heat loss from exposed areas. This behavior helps them conserve energy in their cool mountain forest habitats. A prominent video rental company once declined to purchase a developing streaming service. The decision passed on an opportunity that later transformed media consumption. The oversight occurred during early negotiations. It illustrates risks in underestimating emerging technologies. The first intercollegiate football game took place between two Northeastern universities. Rutgers University and the College of New Jersey participated in this initial contest. The event introduced organized competition under early rules. It initiated traditions that evolved into modern American college football. Humans lose hair daily as part of a natural cycle. Each hair follicle independently cycles through growth, anagen, transition, catagen, and resting shedding, telogen phases. On average, 50 to 100 hairs enter the shedding phase each day across the scalp. New hairs grow in to replace those lost, maintaining overall hair density. China has engineered robots equipped to refuel vehicles without human assistance. The systems manage fuel dispensing and nozzle connection autonomously. Development targets increased operational efficiency at service stations. The innovation advances automation in everyday vehicular maintenance. Record holders frequently defy conventional expectations. Achievements in various fields often involve unconventional methods or persistence beyond typical limits. These accomplishments highlight exceptional human capabilities. They expand perceptions of what remains possible. Airplane turbulence results from unstable air currents in the atmosphere. It is not caused by the aircraft itself, but by variations in wind speed, direction, or temperature that disrupt smooth airflow. Pilots cannot always avoid these regions because clear air turbulence often lacks visible cues. Aircraft are engineered to withstand such forces without structural failure. Ancient Maya lime production required burning limestone at controlled temperatures, implying sophisticated fuel management in dense forests. Limestone was heated in kilns to around 900 degrees Celsius, using carefully selected wood fuels. Precise temperature control and fuel supply ensured consistent quicklime output for construction and plaster. The Space 220 restaurant simulates a journey into space for diners. The interior features curved walls, star projections, dim blue lighting, and seating arranged like a spacecraft cabin. Sound effects, video screens, and timed service sequences create the illusion of launch and orbital travel. Guests experience a themed meal designed to feel like dining in outer space. Some grasshoppers possess remarkably long antennae. These extended sensory organs exceed body length in certain species. The feature enhances detection of environmental cues and potential mates. It represents an adaptation for survival in complex habitats. Two neighboring countries have never concluded a formal peace treaty following a major war. Their conflict ended through a ceasefire agreement rather than negotiated resolution. The lack of treaty sustains an official state of hostility. This ongoing situation affects diplomatic relations and regional stability. February occasionally passes without a full moon. Its shorter duration, particularly in common years, can exclude the completion of a lunar cycle. The omission depends on the alignment of calendar dates with lunar phases. This possibility distinguishes it from all other months in the Gregorian calendar. Psychological suppression of emotions tends to impair mental health. Habitual restraint prevents processing and leads to increased stress or disorders. Unexpressed feelings accumulate internal pressure over time. This pattern highlights the value of emotional expression. The Qibla walls of early mosques in China sometimes face south instead of southwest, revealing how Islamic ritual adapted to inherited Chinese cosmological orientation systems. Traditional Chinese architecture prioritized cardinal directions based on feng shui and cosmic harmony. Mosque builders aligned prayer walls to south-facing conventions while maintaining religious intent. Johnny Depp engages in collecting Barbie dolls as a personal hobby. He acquires various models and editions for his collection. The pursuit exists independently of his acting career. It constitutes one of several private leisure interests. Early submarine designs included piano wire depth gauges, translating pressure into audible pitch changes. A wire connected to a pressure-sensitive diaphragm vibrated at different frequencies as depth increased. Crew members listened to the changing tone to estimate submersion level without visual instruments. Greece possesses the world's longest national anthem by duration. The composition includes numerous verses performed in full on official occasions. Its length exceeds most other anthems substantially. The extended form reflects historical and cultural emphasis. During production, a famous animated film was considered a secondary project. Studio resources were initially allocated to other main features, leaving this one with limited budget and attention. It developed quietly alongside higher priority works. The film's eventual success came from strong storytelling and animation quality despite the modest beginnings. Archaeologists uncovered fossilized breadcrumbs in Jordan exceeding 14,000 years in age. The preserved remains indicate early bread preparation techniques. The discovery predates widespread agriculture in the area. It provides evidence of advanced food processing in prehistoric societies. Early electrical safety standards developed after telegraph operators experienced burns from live wires. These incidents occurred well before widespread household electricity, revealing risks in even low-voltage systems. Insulation requirements emerged to prevent direct contact with conductors. The resulting protocols laid groundwork for later standards that protected users during electrification. Underwater lakes emerge from differences in water density. Layers of denser saline or mineral-rich water settle below less dense freshwater, creating a distinct boundary. The separation mimics a lake's surface within the larger body. This phenomenon occurs in specific oceanic or cavern environments. A replica of Paris exists in China. The constructed district mimics iconic French architecture and layout. Developers created the area as a residential and commercial project. It demonstrates global replication of cultural landmarks. Black rhinoceroses primarily browse vegetation rather than graze. They use their pointed, prehensile upper lip to pluck leaves, twigs, thorns, and small branches from bushes and trees. This selective feeding style allows them to target higher nutrient foliage unavailable to grazing animals. Their diet focuses on woody plants rather than grasses found on open plains. Stars are seen as they were in the past due to light travel time. Light from distant stars takes years, centuries, or millennia to reach Earth. The image observed today reflects the star's state at the moment the light began its journey. Landforms contribute to shaping regional identity. Distinct geographical features like mountains or rivers foster unique cultural attachments among inhabitants. These elements influence local traditions, dialects, and sense of place. The connection demonstrates how physical environment reinforces social cohesion. Dog breeds can evolve for extreme physical traits. Selective breeding over generations has produced dogs with unusually long legs, flattened faces, massive size, or minimal fur. Human-directed choices amplify genetic variations to achieve desired appearances and functions. Creative works were once sold cheaply before gaining massive value. Many paintings, manuscripts, or early editions changed hands for modest sums during the creator's lifetime. Rising fame, scarcity after death, or cultural recognition later drove prices upward through auctions and collector demand. This pattern shows how market perception evolves over time. Some animals can heal wounds that would be fatal to others. Certain species possess advanced regeneration abilities or strong antimicrobial defenses in their skin and blood. These mechanisms allow rapid tissue repair and infection resistance even from deep or contaminated injuries. The process involves specialized cells and proteins not found in most vertebrates. The very first video uploaded to YouTube carried the title Me at the Zoo. It showed the co-founder visiting the San Diego Zoo and speaking directly to the camera about the elephants. The simple personal recording marked the platform's public launch in 2005. The choice of an everyday moment set the tone for user-generated content on the site. A popular energy drink company paid damages for misleading advertising. The brand settled legal claims after accusations of exaggerated health or performance benefits in marketing. Court rulings required compensation for deceptive statements about product effects. Crocodiles share a closer evolutionary relationship with birds than with lizards. Both crocodiles and birds belong to the Archosaur group, while lizards fall under a separate reptilian lineage. This connection traces back to shared ancestors after the divergence from other reptiles. The classification clarifies modern reptile phylogeny. Pigeons carry more weight and feathers than in their skeletons. Lightweight bones reduce overall mass for flight, while plumage adds substantial coverage for insulation and aerodynamics. This distribution prioritizes wing functionality over skeletal density. The contrast reveals adaptations for avian mobility. The famous Monaco Grand Prix racing event has experienced additions with remarkably few cars finishing the race. Mechanical failures, crashes, and narrow circuit conditions often eliminate many competitors before the end. Survival through the full distance becomes a significant achievement under these circumstances. Such low completion rates highlight the event's demanding nature. The narrowest house in the world stands in Poland. This residential structure measures less than 1 meter wide in parts, yet contains multiple functional levels. Architects designed it to fit an unusually tight urban plot between existing buildings. The extreme dimensions make it a notable example of adaptive construction in constrained spaces. A medieval Arabic cookbook included instructions for clarifying sugar syrups by using egg whites, demonstrating an early application of protein coagulation to purify liquids. The egg whites bind to impurities and rise to the surface when heated, allowing removal of debris. This technique produced clearer syrup for culinary use. It represents advanced food processing knowledge from that historical period. A rare mole species was documented through photography in Australia. The elusive animal evaded observation until recent imaging captured its appearance. The record provides visual confirmation of its existence in the wild. Such documentation aids conservation understanding. Space missions frequently assign informal nicknames to equipment. Crews apply casual labels to tools, instruments, or modules for easier communication. These names often arise from humor or resemblance. The practice fosters team familiarity in high-stakes environments. Manhattan Island originally consisted of dense forests, flowing streams, and populations of wild animals before European settlement. The landscape supported diverse wildlife and natural waterways across what is now urban terrain. Early accounts describe thick woods and meadows in the area. This natural state contrasts sharply with the developed islands seen today. Raccoons appear to wash their food due to inherited hunting behaviors. In the wild, they often manipulate prey in water to remove debris or subdue it. Captive raccoons retain this dousing motion, even with dry food, as an instinctive response. A hybrid cat breed is one of the largest domestic pets. Through selective breeding, this breed has developed much greater body size, length, and weight than average house cats. Genetic contributions from larger ancestral lines contribute to the increased dimensions. Owners often compare their size to small dogs in terms of physical presence. Bright green metallic bees inhabit certain regions of Central America. These insects display vivid coloration that stands out against foliage in tropical environments. The hue results from structural features in their exoskeleton rather than pigments. Such striking appearance occurs in species adapted to specific local ecosystems. Ancient empires once governed enormous territories. Vast land areas came under centralized control through military expansion and administration. These domains often exceeded modern national boundaries in scope. Their extent influenced trade, culture, and governance patterns across continents. A substantial part of a baby's cognitive development stems from genetic factors inherited from the mother. Maternal genes play a key role in brain formation and early neural processes during prenatal and postnatal stages. This influence operates through inherited DNA rather than solely environmental inputs. The contribution shapes foundational aspects of intellectual growth. A man with hearing impairment was observed using sign language during sleep. This behavior shows that sign language can function as a fully internalized communication system, not dependent on conscious effort or external prompts. The signing occurs because the brain processes the language through the same motor and linguistic pathways active during wakefulness. Such observations highlight how deeply ingrained signed languages become in proficient users. Sunflowers can absorb radiation and help detoxify soil. Their roots take up heavy metals and radioactive elements from contaminated ground during growth. The plants concentrate these substances in stems and leaves for later removal. This phytoremediation property aids cleanup after industrial or nuclear incidents. The Andromeda Galaxy remains visible to the naked eye from Earth. Positioned near the Milky Way, it lies close enough for detection without telescopes under dark skies. Its proximity distinguishes it from most other galaxies. This accessibility makes it one of the few extragalactic objects observable directly. Bees that consume fermented nectar sometimes become intoxicated and face rejection from their own hive. The alcohol content disrupts their normal behavior, making them appear disoriented or aggressive to other colony members. Guard bees detect these changes and prevent the intoxicated individuals from re-entering. This response protects the hive from potential disruption caused by impaired members. Ancient wells demonstrate precision engineering. Deep shafts were dug vertically with consistent diameter and straight alignment over great depths. Stone lining or brick reinforcement prevented collapse while maintaining water flow. The accuracy reflects advanced surveying and construction knowledge from that era. Only a few countries in the world do not have airports. Most nations operate at least one runway and terminal facility to accommodate domestic or international flights. The exceptions typically include very small island states, landlocked micronations, or territories reliant on nearby countries' airports. These places use sea or land transport as primary means. Looking into space involves observing light from the past. Distant objects appear as they existed long ago because their emitted light takes years, centuries, or millennia to reach Earth. The greater the distance, the further back in time the view extends. This principle forms the basis of astronomical time observation. Large predators exert dominant influence over their ecosystems. Their presence regulates prey populations and maintains balance through trophic cascades. Removal or addition alters community dynamics significantly. This role underscores their importance in biodiversity stability. Finland consistently appears among the top countries in global happiness rankings year after year. Surveys measure factors such as social support, income equality, health, and trust in institutions to determine these positions. The country's systems and cultural values contribute to high reported well-being. Repeated high placement indicates stable conditions supporting life satisfaction. Vehicle design incorporates subtle cues to guide driver awareness. Features such as dashboard symmetry, hood contours, or tactile feedback assist spatial orientation. These elements operate below conscious notice during routine operation. The inclusion enhances intuitive handling and operational safety. The word education includes all 5 vowels appearing in alphabetical order, whereas sequoia represents the shortest English word achieving the same sequence. Neither term was constructed intentionally for this property. The arrangement occurs naturally within standard spelling conventions. These examples reveal incidental patterns in English vocabulary structure. New banknotes tend to reduce spending compared to worn ones. People perceive crisp currency as more valuable and are reluctant to part with it quickly. This psychological effect arises from loss aversion applied to newer bills. The difference in spending behavior demonstrates how physical condition influences perceived worth. Cows possess a single stomach organized into several compartments. The multi-chambered rumen system enables efficient digestion of fibrous plant material through microbial fermentation. Each section performs a specialized role in breaking down and absorbing nutrients. This adaptation supports their herbivorous diet. Traditional homes adapt to nature. Designs incorporate local materials, climate considerations, and terrain features to maintain comfort and durability. Structures often use natural ventilation, insulation from earth or plants, and orientation to sun or wind patterns. Handcrafted structures sometimes achieve monumental proportions. Skilled artisans construct large-scale works using traditional techniques without modern machinery. Such efforts require extensive time, labor, and precision. These creations preserve cultural heritage through tangible scale. Cosmic boundaries delineate the outer edge of the solar system. The heliopause separates solar wind influence from interstellar space. Crossing this frontier marks transition to galactic surroundings. Probes have provided direct measurements of the boundary region. India maintains one of the highest proportions of vegetarians among nations worldwide. This figure surpasses most countries due to deeply rooted cultural and religious practices. Adherence often stems from principles of nonviolence and ethical considerations toward living beings. The prevalence highlights the influence of long-standing societal norms on dietary choices. Extreme viewpoints suspended over cliffs attract thrill seekers worldwide. These structures, often made of glass or metal, project far beyond the cliff edge to create a sense of floating in air. The extreme height and transparent flooring intensify feelings of exposure and vulnerability. Visitors travel long distances specifically to experience the adrenaline rush from standing above deep drops. The Barbie doll carries a complete fictional name along with an assigned official birth date. She is designated as Barbara Millicent Roberts, with March 9th, 1959, established as her date. These elements form part of the character's defined identity. They support her function within branded narratives. The Congo River has sections so deep that sunlight cannot reach the bottom. In certain channels, depths exceed 200 meters, far below the photic zone where light penetrates. Sunlight absorption by water particles prevents any illumination from reaching these abyssal depths. Weddings sometimes occur in extreme geographical or environmental settings. Couples choose remote mountaintops, ocean depths, or other challenging sites for ceremonies. Selection emphasizes personal significance over conventional accessibility. Such locations expand the range of accepted matrimonial venues. Early aluminum cookware was marketed as hygienic because its oxide layer resists bacterial adhesion. When exposed to oxygen, aluminum quickly forms a thin, stable aluminum oxide coating on its surface. This passive layer prevents most bacteria from attaching strongly, reducing contamination risks compared to other metals. Later, scientific studies using surface analysis techniques confirmed the antibacterial properties of this natural film. The Lonomia caterpillar is one of the most venomous caterpillars in the world, despite its harmless appearance. Contact with its spines releases potent toxins that can cause severe bleeding, organ damage, or death in humans. The caterpillar's cryptic coloration and slow movement belie its dangerous sting. Mount Kilimanjaro is the tallest mountain in Africa. It rises to over 5,800 meters above sea level as a freestanding volcanic peak. Glaciers cap its summit despite proximity to the equator. The height results from tectonic activity and volcanic buildup over millions of years. There you have it. Now it's your turn to scroll down and vote for the fact of the week. Whichever fact gets the most likes will earn a shout out in the next video. Got an even stranger fact that didn't make the list? Drop it in the comments. Thanks for watching, legends. Stay curious, keep questioning everything, and I'll see you in the next one.